Close the doors of your mind from all carnal will, all carnal thought, all emotions, all desires, all fears, all laziness, all doubt. Empty your cup that you may be filled with the debar of Yahuwah Elohim. For this Yom we acknowledge Yahuwah Elohim, who sits in the highest Shamayim and above the Shabat Shamayims on his throne, with his Ben Yahusha, who governs the Shabat Shamayims from his throne, who gives Kai and life to all beings and all creatures throughout the Rakia, throughout the firmament, throughout the Shabat Shamayims, to the surface of the earth, to the plants and the animals, to the water and snow that flows and hits the ground, that gives life and water to all creatures. The one who formed and shaped the underground waterfalls and underground streams and rivers and trees and plants and forests, and the one who shaped the surface, trees, plants and forests and rivers and oceans and streams. The one who gives life and understanding to human consciousness, to human thought and human ways, and gives sight to the blind, and allows the ear to taste of the bar with his right ear. Yahuwah Elohim, the one who allows us to live and to breathe and to have breath inside of our thoughts and our minds. The one who allows our hairs to grow. The one who allows us to coil up with our trees and our branches, that we may be connected to the sound vibrational frequency of his breath, his neshama, his ruach, that his love and ahab may form inside of every single thought and every single makashaba that we ever think, in every single microsecond, every millisecond of every day. That his love and compassion may be true inside of every single man, woman, and child. That we shall no longer be children, tossed to and fro by every wind of Elohim, of God, in this world. But to submit ourselves to the only one, true Elohim, who walks and gives life, and who governs all thrones, principalities, kings, rulers. Elohim, he's the Elohim of Elohims. He's the Adon of Adanim. He is the master of masters, Yahuwah Elohim, and his Ben Yahusha, his Debar, his word, who sits at his right hand, who governs all. So this Yom, we acknowledge the one who made all of the Har of the earth, the mountains, all of the Yam of the earth, the waters, who formed every valley, canvas, and crevice, and every gorge in the earth. The one who formed every single canyon on the surface of the earth, and every canyon in the center of the earth, Yahuwah Elohim. And we say this Yom, Tudah, or give thanks to the one who gives us breath in the Shama, this Yom. So as we move forward in compassion, we move forward in kindness, we move forward in ahab, we move forward in joy, simcha, in shalom, and patience, and meekness, and temperance, and self-control. And most of all, ahab, love. Fikri amor, ahambu, libe, love, which binds everything in completeness within ourselves, within our mind, within our frontal lobes. For this is our personality. So this is Akkad, Kanuk, or First Enoch 49:1. So wisdom flows like water. So you look at water that flows from a river from the top of a mountain, right? It says water, and kabod, or glory, is measureless before him forever and ever. So you look at the water that flows, the wisdom that flows from Yahuwah Elohim, the one who sits in the highest Shamayim, just like rain and snow. And it's measureless. You can't measure it. It says, for his might is in all the mysteries of righteousness, and oppression will vanish like a shadow, having no foundation. So you look at his mysteries of righteousness, that's his might, his actual force, his strength, his mysteries of righteousness, and oppression is going to vanish away. So all the people on the earth and the Aydahs who are oppressing people, whether man, woman, child, kingdom, ruler, king, rule, prince, shadim, demon, spirit, man, woman, it doesn't matter. He said you're going to vanish away like a shadow. Just like how you see a shadow come when light come and the shadow disappear when the sun goes down, the same way. He said the elect one stands before Yahuwah, the master of spirits. It says his kabod is forever and ever, and his power is unto all generations, right? It says, in him dwells the ruach of wisdom. So, and who dwells? The wisest of the wisest. Just like we talked about, give thanks to Yahuwah, the one who made the shamayim in the earth, the one who's the master of masters, he's wiser than the wisest. Right, the elect one stands before Yahuwah, the master of spirits. His kabod is forever and ever, and his power unto all generations. In him dwells the ruach of wisdom, the spirit which gives thoughtfulness. That gives you your thoughts, your makashaba. It's how you should think. The ruach of knowledge and strength. The spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. So it says, and the spirit of those who fall asleep in righteousness. So everybody who fallen asleep and died, he the one giving it to you. He give you that ruach. He said the ruach of knowledge and strength, and the spirit of those who fallen asleep in righteousness. And that's how you want to fall asleep. That's how we talked about. Don't lose sight of these things. He said, if you don't, that Yahuwah made the shamayim in the earth. What happens? He said, your sleep gonna be sweet. He says, he shall judge the secret things, right? That's what he does. And no one will be able to utter a vain words in his presence. So when he say after this time, it's appointed the man wants to die. And after that, the judgment. He said, man, nobody going to be able to utter vain words in his presence. They're going to often be all ruach. Right? For he is the elect one before Yahuwah, the master of spirits according to his good pleasure. Right? So when we start looking at our conversation, we start looking at our thoughts, we start looking at these things. So Yahuwah judged the secret things. He could see straight through every single man, woman, and child on the planet, on the earth, and under the earth, and in the Rakia. He could see through everybody. He could see through all the Elohims and the gods and the goddesses. He could see through everybody. And it says, this is 2nd Ezra, Bith Azra 1654. Behold, Yahuwah knoweth all the works of man, Adam, human beings, their imaginations, their thoughts, and their hearts. So he can see all of your thoughts in your mind, your imaginations, what you're thinking, how you're operating in your mind, if everything's aligned, if you're at balance within yourself, is everything aligned within your down through your cerebellum, your cerebrum, down through your corpus callosum, down through your center spine, down to your lower spine. Is everything balanced? He said, Yahuwah knows every single thing you're thinking, every vault and everything one's hiding. It says, verse 55, which spake but the word, let the arats be made, and it was made. All he did was speak. That's the same thing you have. Speak. All you have to do is speak, and things will be created. He said, let the shamayim be made, and it was created. All he did was just speak it. He spoke, and it was created. In his word were the stars made, and he knoweth the number of them. Can you number the stars? Can you number the kukubim, the yark? How many times has one walked out of their four walls and looked up in the sky and looked at them and said, my Abba Yahuwah made these things? Right? And he said, he searches the deep and the treasures thereof. He hath measured the sea. Can you measure every single wave cat, every water molecule on the planet? Can you search out the deep? Can you search out the deepest parts underneath the ground into the canvas and crevices of the earth? He measured it all out and what it contained. And it has things and has beings and creatures inside of the earth. Can you do that? It says, he hath shut the sea in the midst of the waters. And with his word hath he hanged the arats upon the waters. By his word he hung the kug on the surface of the deep. By his debar he put the compass on the surface of the deep. He did all of that, and he spread it out. And it says what? He spread out the shamayim like a vault. Upon the waters hath he founded it. It says, in the desert hath he made springs of water in dry places. In the desert he made springs of water and pools upon the tops of mountains, that the floods might pour down from the high rock and water the earth. Right? You look at water that flows down. You look at the bar. You look at the word that the bar, the water that flows down into the earth from the tops of the mountains. It flows down from your mind. Look at your mind as your actual mountain where the pool of water dwells. And if the water not flowing down from the top of your mind to the bottom of your feet, then your whole body not being watered. Then you have one part of your body that's not cleansed. You have one part of your body in your hands might not be clean because your part of your brain ain't connecting to your hands. You have one part of your mind that's not connected to your feet, and so your feet are not connected to your brain. Right? He said he had put in man's, guess what it says? He made man and put in his heart in the midst of the body, and he gave him breath, life, and understanding. He put that he put it inside of you, a human being. He put his breath, his neshama, inside of you. He said wisdom flows down like water. He put it inside of you. So if you have wisdom in the top of your mind, which is your mountain, and then you allow it to flow down to the rest of your body, then guess what happens? Your whole body is full of wisdom. But if one say neglect or rejects water, then the water can't flow down from the top of your mountain, from your mind down to your feet. It's very key. And we're going to talk about it. And he searches out all the hidden things of the secrets of the earth. So he searches out all the hidden things and the secrets of the earth. Can you do that? Or you don't have time? It says, verse 63, surely he knoweth your inventions. So he know everything you're thinking and what you think in your mind. We just talked about it. He just, first Enoch 49:1, he judged the secret things. He already know. He said, surely he knows what you think in your heart, even in that sin, and what hide their sin. Or he said, when somebody hides their sin, they're concealing it because they're getting ready to use it. He said, I'm getting ready to commit sin after I hear the bar. He's like, I already know what you're getting ready to do. He says, verse 64, therefore hath Yahuwah exactly searched out all your works. He done searched them all your works, children. And he will put you all to shame. He gonna make you humble. He gonna humble you. Because he judges the secret things, as Enoch Kanuk wrote. Right? And in him is the ruach of knowledge. So he put that in you. He had the ruach of knowledge, he put it in you. And he gave you understanding. Understanding, we know, is depart from evil. So this is Marshally Proverbs 3:1. As we spoke many times, but it says, my son, do not forget my teaching, but let your heart, your mind, keep my commandments. Why? For length of days and years of life and shalom will be added to you. Do you want length of days, years? Do you want life, you want shalom to be added to you? Don't forget. Don't be a forgetful person. Don't forget. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot I was supposed to do that. Don't do that. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot that was actually written. I forgot that was said. Don't do that. You're going to lose your shalom. You ain't going to have no peace. Your day's going to be shortened. Right? And you ain't going to have nothing. Don't do that. It says, let not steadfast love and faithfulness forsake you. Just like steadfast love and faithfulness, Yahuwah don't forsake you. If you with him, he won't forsake you. But if you reject him, he reject you. But he's saying, don't let love and faithfulness forsake you. If a person, a human being, you're in a relationship and somebody faithful and has love, he said, don't let it forsake you. It's just like any relationship that one has in the world, that one has in a natural sense. He said, don't let it forsake you. He says, bind them around your neck. You're supposed to bind these things around your neck. He says, write them on the tablets of your heart, or katab lab. Write it on your heart, your mind, with love and faithfulness. Write it there. So you will find favor and good success. People want to know how they get good success. Your book of Yahushua or Joshua, in the book of 1:9, it says, meditate Haggah on the word, human day and night, and you shall have good success. And your way shall be prosperous. He says what? In the sight of Yahuwah, and he says, so you will find good success in the sight of Yahuwah and man, in human beings. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart, with all of your mind. Right? Your mind is an encompassed communication microprocessor for your body. And every single part of the component of your thought process controls the rest of your body. He's telling you to trust in him with all your heart, with all of it. It says, and do not lean to your own understanding. Don't lean into your own understanding. So if you're trusting Yahuwah with all your mind, he's the only one that gives understanding, right? And he says what? In all your ways, in everything you do, acknowledge him. And he will make straight your paths. He'll make them really straight for you. It won't be broad. It'll be straight and narrow. But be not wise in your own eyes. Why? Because we just talked about in Enoch 49. He says, Yahuwah is what? A fountain of wisdom. Wisdom flows, he says, so wisdom flows like water from his throne. He's the fountain of wisdom. He said, be not wise in your own eyes. Fear Yahuwah and turn away from Ra, evil. It will be healing to your navel and refreshment to your bones. Right? Because we know it says healing for your navel, or that word for flesh and navel is umbilical cord, or you mean shore. You'll be healing to your shore, your umbilical cord, your navel string. Your connection to your body. Like he says, trusting Yahuwah with all your mind, with your whole heart. Why? Because that part of yourself is connected to him. So if you connect with all your mind, then guess what it's going to do? It's going to heal your connection. Because you're always connected to him. You got to trust him with all your mind. Not your own mind. It says your umbilical cord, your navel string. Right? Your spiral, right? Your string. Right? You're connected to him. The body, right? People saying, how can somebody rescue you? Somebody can throw you off a cliff. They throw you a what? They throw you a rope down, they pull you up. Right? Your umbilical cord. So the word for healing is refuth. It will be healing, or health. It'll be a cure. Health is a benefit to keep your cord still tied to the one who made all things. Healing. It will be healing to you. Refuth. It'll be refuth to you, to your life. Don't forsake him. Don't let love and faithfulness, don't let it forsake you. Don't let it forsake your mind. Don't let love, ahab, leave your mind, and faithfulness leave your mind. Right? The word for refreshment is shakui. Shakui. It means drink. It's going to be a refreshment, a drink, a refreshment. You ever went to a sporting event? They be like, you going to get some refreshment? Go to the refreshment stand because you thirsty and you hungry and you sitting there watching people do stuff? Or you go get some refreshments at a presentation and they say, we're going to take a break for get some refreshments to get a drink. That's what today is. It's a break. So you can get some refreshments. Get you a nice drink. It says beverage of moisture, refreshment. You ever had a cool glass of water or a cool glass of watermelon juice? Not made from seedless watermelon, but seeded watermelons. You ever had that before? Refreshment to your soul. Right? That's the same way his word is. He said, man, it'd be healing to you. It'd be refreshment to your bones. Why would it be a refreshment to your bones? You drink this water. It'll be healing to you. It'll heal you or refuth. And then it'll what? Heal your umbilical cord so you can be connected and be born again. It's going to be refreshment to your bones, your stem, your bones, your substance, your body. Your external body, yes, your inward, your mind. Love you. He said, lean not to your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. He told you to katab it on your heart, because Yahuwah judging your secret parts. And guess what it's saying? It's going to be healing to your external body, because you know how they say what's on the inside shows on the outside. Right? It'll be healing to your hair. It'll be healing to your skin. It'll be healing to your eyes. It'll be healing to your crook back. It'll be healing to your navel string. It'll be healing to your hands. It'll be healing to your feet. It'll be healing to your exhaustion. It'll be healing to your laziness. It'll be healing to your tiredness. It'll be healing to all of that. Your external body. It says, as bones to make it strong. It'll make your body strong. Body, substance, self-same to yourself. It'll be healing to your eyes. It'll be healing to your sight, your natural sight. It'll be healing for you. Refuth, right? So we're looking at umbilical cord, as we always do. We look at the umbilical cord as a child when it's born into the world. When it comes out, they give you it has how you say it has a what? It's just like a tree. You're born inside of a placenta, and inside of that placenta, you have branches, just like a tree, just like any other tree that you see in the forest. You can go outside, and you can see these things, and you were born inside a cocoon of a tree. That's why your hair grows, your nails grow, your toenails grow, the hairs on your arm grow, the hairs on your legs grow, your eyelashes grow. Everything grows because you're a tree. You came from a tree, a placenta tree, and you came into the world a tree. And guess what he says? Write them on the table of your heart, your mind, your lab. Why? Because in your mind is where the seed of Yahuwah dwells. That is where all your branches are. How you think the top of your hair grow? You think people say my hair grows because your hair grows because you're inward man. Your inward man has to be, how you say? You have to put the right things on the inside in order for the things on the outside to grow or to be healed or the things that happen. Right? But guess what? And it says what? You look at a placenta, you look at the umbilical cord. It connects the unborn baby to the placenta. So you look at an unborn child into the world. You look at yourself as one having an unborn child inside. You have an unborn child on the inside, and that child needs to be connected to his father. But if one cuts the umbilical cord, how you say, you mean allows the umbilical cord to be sick, then the child dies. Right? So you look at your umbilical cord as what? The body that's connected to your ruach. Like you look at divine forces, right? But then you start looking at as above, so below. So we look at we're on the earth and he's above. So how far does our umbilical cord stretch? All the way to the highest Shamayim. So you have the longest umbilical cord that you even know. That umbilical cord stretches all the way to the highest Shamayim. It'll be healing to your shore, your umbilical cord, your navel string. Look at your navel string, you have a circle, a sphere right in the middle of your stomach. It's in a circle, in a 360 degrees right there in the middle of your stomach. And if you look really close, it has little grooves at the end of each one. Right, it has grooves just like a placenta. Just like you see here, you'll see them. If you ever look at your belly button, what they call a belly button, it was really your navel, you'll see like the little strings, just like roots, right there in your navel. You came from that. And that's who you are, right? So you look at a placenta, you look at a tree, you look at a fingerprint. Your fingerprint is a tree. They just cataloging your trees. That's why they take your fingerprint when you go places. They just cataloging your tree. Your branches, right? They cataloging your tree. And they actually have things that can stop your tree from growing. They have poison they can put inside of the midst of a tree to make it stop growing once its stump is cut off. Right? Just like they do that, just like they do a tree in the natural world, they can do it with your body. Right? And you have your own fingerprint. Like you look at the actual lungs inside of you. Look at the lungs inside of you. You look at the tree branch, your lungs and how you breathe, the air you breathe. What you speak, that is what? That's your branches. What you speak, what you say. And your fingerprints is where your hands are, what you do. It is what? When you cut a tree in half, you have your fingerprint. That's how you know you were cut from something. That's how you have your fingerprints. Right? And then you start looking at nature. You look at the things. Look at leaves, or you look at the human heart. Look at the blood vessels, all in the same shape of the placenta and the navel string where you come from. And that's how your tree and your hairs and all the things in your body grow. Your teeth even grow. Everything. And notice that it all grows by the light frequency that's on the inside. What's on the inside allows what's on the outside to grow. And it also allows things on the outside to rot, depending on how one receives the bar. Right, or receive the healing for their soul. Right. So Matthew 18:2 says, and calling to him a child, he put him in the midst of them and said, truly I say to you, unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the Shamayim. That's why he said, let us make man in our own image and our own likeness. Damuth and Salem. Male, female, Zakar, Nakabar. Male child, female child. Male animal, female animal. It says, unless you become like children, you will never enter the Malchut Shamayim. Why? Because you're going to come like a child and you're going to get your umbilical cord healed again so you can be fed. from your Father, and it'll heal your flesh. That's the only way. That's the only way. You have to become an infant. And it says, whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the Malach Shamayim. People say, I'm full grown, I'm grown. You're like, nah, you the Lord. He said, a child is the greatest in the Shamayim. Whosoever receives one such child in my name receives me. But whosoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him that a great millstone be fastened around his neck and he be drowned in the depths of the sea. You know why he said this? When Yahuwah created Adam and Chayparach and Satan made them eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he made them eat dirt for the rest of his life. And that's how Yahuwah looks at his children. So you cause one of my children to sin, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to put a millstone around your neck and throw you in the sea. And that's how he operates. Just like any parent will operate with their children. You cause my child to do something wrong, I'm going to make you do something. I'm going to throw you in. I'm going to make something happen to you. Right? It's the same way in the world. And that's the same way one has to be a parent in the world. You have children and somebody outside of you causes your children to do something, and guess what you're going to do? You have to be like, are you just going to sit there and let it just go by without no consequences? Without saying a thing? This is Mark 9:36. And he took a child and put him in the midst of them, and taking him in his arms, and he said to them, whosoever receives one such child in my name receives me. And whosoever receives me receives him, receives not me, but him who sent me. Why? Because he came as a child, Yahushua Mashiach. And guess what? Every imagination and thought in his mind was all Yahuwah. And he said in all his ways he acknowledged Yahuwah. And he made his path straight. And it was healing for him. So when he's saying that you're going to receive me, you ain't receiving me, you're receiving him who sent me. He's talking about you're literally receiving Yahuwah, because my umbilical cord is connected right to him. Mark 10:13, and says, and they were bringing him children that he might touch them. And the disciples rebuked him. But when Yahushua saw it, he was indignant and said to them, let the children come to me. Do not hinder them. What you hindering people for? For such belongs the Malkuth of Yahuwah. Truly I say to you, whosoever does not receive the kingdom of Yahuwah like a child, like an inner child, it is the adolescent supernatural being, you won't receive it like a child. For real? Oh my goodness. He said, are you telling me I'm connected to all the trees and the animals? And I'm connected to all the branches and the placenta? I'm connected to all these things? You telling me that I'm like that? That's how children are. You telling me all these things and he breathed in me the breath of life? He even breathed into the smallest ant life? Even the tree outside? He said, if you don't receive the kingdom of Yahuwah like a little child, like a child, you shall not enter it. You're too grown. People say, oh, you're too grown. He said, you got too much pride. Too much pride. And he took them in the arms and baraked them and laying his hands on them. That's how a father is with us. He holds us in his arms and he laying his hands on us. And he baraked you. He baraked you. Right? Bereshit 1:28 through 31. And Yahuwah Elohim baraked them. Did he lay his hand on you yet? He just said, if you humble yourself like a child. He said what? He said he took them in his hands and he baraked them. Did he barak you yet? He said, and Yahuwah Elohim baraked them. And Yahuwah said, that's a barak right there. A blessing. Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it. Did he touch you yet? And have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the Shamayim, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. And Yahuwah Elohim said, behold, I have given every plant yielding seed that is on the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. Seed in its fruit, you shall have them for food. Has Yahuwah touched you yet? Has Yahushua Mashiach touched you yet? And barak you, child? Or haven't you haven't received it like a child yet? That's the only reason. You haven't received it as a child. You don't want to be formed and shaped all over again. And connect your umbilical cord so you can, and In all your ways acknowledge him, and he'll heal your umbilical cord. You be attached to him again, and guess what? Then he'll heal you, and he'll barak you, and he'll touch you. And he said, and every beast of the earth, guess what he says? And Elohim said, behold, I have given every plant yielding seed that is on the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit, and you shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the Shamaim, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has breath, I have given every green plant for food. So what? Has Yahuwah touched you yet? Has Yahushua Mashiach touched you? He grabbed you and holds you, caressed you, and baraked you yet? Or haven't you received it as a child yet? You haven't become an infant again. It says, and Yahuwah Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Me'od ta'ud. It was very good. Because you know why? Because he hold him and he caressed him. He said, just like a child. You got to receive it like a child. And he grabbed him and touched him and hold him, and he baraked him. And he guess what he said? He very good. It was very good. And there was evening and there was morning, 6 shashiyum. The word for very is me'od. Me'od is exceedingly much. Might. It was might. It was force. It was very good. That's the force. Abundance, exceedingly, greatly. Right? It was a force. Muchness, great. Like they say in Spanish. Muy bien, right? Vehemently, right? Holy, spirit, speedily. Right? Vehemently. Quickly. Me'od, right? So the word for plants is esheb. Herbs, green plants. Green, herbage, grass, herbs, plants. You see where you came from? You came from plants. You came from a placenta plant. Even the body, your mother that you were inside was a plant. How you think it bare fruit? Which was you. You are a plant. Your mother's a plant. You come from a plant. Your lungs and your hands and everything is a plant. The placenta, even the trees in your lungs are like branches. Your hair is like branches. You come from a plant. Has Yahuwah touched you yet? Has Yahushua Mashiach healed you yet? He said you come from that. The word for seed is what? To sow, to scatter seeds, to sow, to producing. Yielding seed. What yields a seed? A tree. A tree bears fruit and yields seed, to be sown, right? To become pregnant. How you think your mother got pregnant? Because she got pregnant from a tree. Because the seed came into her and impregnated her, who she is a tree, and then she created another tree. You all come from plants. You come from trees. You know what they do today? They cut all the trees down. And you come from that. That's exactly what you are. You are a tree. Your mother's a tree. Your father's a tree. It bears seed. And guess what it does? It produced you. It produced me. It said made pregnant, produce seed, yielding seed, sowing seed. It gives seed to the sower. How do you know that? Because the father has a child, a son, and then through one seed, then that seed grows up, which is the son, and then the son got seed to sow. Then the son has seed to sow. That's how you know you're trees. You're just like a tree. Human being, man, woman, child, you're just like a tree. Figuratively, plant, sowing, posterity, carnal, right? Fruitful. Fruitful, right? The word for food is akla. Or okla, right? It means food for eating. That's what you're going to eat. The animals, too. The animals supposed to be eating plants. How you think animal got here? Because they like trees too. They produce seed and they produce cell seed and they produce other animals. They're just like you. And they eat the same thing. Why? Because that's the way he made it. It was me'od ta'ud. It was me'od ta'ud, right? He said wisdom gonna drop down like water. You're gonna get a drink, right? Food, devour. We ain't talking about the meat rack. We ain't talking about the slaughterhouse. Right? People still having their taste buds, like they say. So the wisdom of Solomon, ODE, 8. Hear the word of truth and receive the knowledge of Yahuwah. Your flesh may not understand what I'm about to say to you. Know your garments, that which I'm about to declare to you. So everything you wear, from your white robes, your yellow robes, your purple robes, all the things that people wear, your turbans, your head wraps, your non-head wraps, your clothes from JCPenney, Macy's, from Louis Vuitton, Saks Fifth Avenue, right? All the things that people desire, right? All the things you wear. He said this thing, it ain't gonna understand anything that one's getting ready to say, because it was never designed for that. The bar of sound vibrational frequency is not, it was only designed to be absorbed in the mind. Because the mind is a receiver. Just like any other receiver that you have. You have a phone receiver, you have a satellite receiver, just like any other receiver. And that receiver gives off a frequency. Once it receives the sound, then it has to process the sound to see if it wants to respond back. Right? He said, and your flesh ain't gonna be able to do that. Look at your natural skin, your natural flesh. He says, trust in Yahuwah, lean not to your own understanding. He said, write on the table of your heart. That's where you write it at. It ain't got nothing to do with your flesh. He said, this will heal your flesh. This will heal your outward man. This will heal your shore, your umbilical cord, your bones, your asheb. It will heal your bones. Or a futh, right? Keep my mystery, you who are kept by it, verse 10. Keep my amuna, you who are kept by it. Has Yahushua Mashiach touched you yet? Has he healed you yet? And understand my knowledge. Because that's what he said. He said Yahuwah has the fountain of knowledge. He said wisdom pours down for like water. You who know me in truth, love me with affection. You who love, let love and faithfulness, let it not depart from you. Don't let it leave your mind. For I turn not my face from my own, because I know them. Why would he turn his face from his children? A mother may do that. A father may do. He said what? They may forget, but I won't forget. So the mother forget her sucking child. Not me. They may forget, but I ain't going to forget. Verse 13, it says, before they had existed, I recognized them and imprinted a seal on their faces, in their frontal lobe, in the middle of their eye. I fashioned their members with my own breast. I prepared for them that they may drink my Kudash milk and live by it. To live by it. I am pleased by them, and I am not ashamed by them, just like a mother nursing a child. I got my breast that produce what? Food for the child. Right? We talked about the baka tree, and what he said is like a tree that brings forth sap. He said, I am pleased by them, and I'm not ashamed by them, for my work are they, and the power of my thoughts. So you look at the power of his thoughts, and then he's like, in all your ways acknowledge me. Write it on the table of your heart. So then now he's telling you, I'm going to be in your mind, and you'll have the power of my thoughts. Psalms 51:10. Come, O children, and listen to me, and I will teach you the fear of Yahuwah. What man is there who desires life and love many days, that he may see good? Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Keep your tongue from evil, ra, and your lips from speaking deceit. Turn away from ra and do good. Or he mean meo ta'ud, like he made it in the beginning, children. Because if you don't humble yourself like a child, you ain't going to receive this. Ain't no way. Turn away from ra and do good. Seek peace, shalom, and pursue it. Pursue peace, shalom, and then also turn away from ra. He said, your flesh ain't going to understand this. Your flesh want to do evil. Your flesh want to create calamity. That's what your flesh want to do. He said, your flesh want to devise schemes. That's what flesh want to do. He said, the eyes of Yahuwah are toward the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry, to his children. He's not open to everybody. If you're not a child, you can't humble yourself like a child, he ain't open to your cry. He don't even hear you. The face of Yahuwah is against those who do ra, those who think they're grown, those who think they're older, those who think I'm seasoned. I have enough. I've been doing this for how long? He said, my face is against those who do ra, those who think they know something, think they see. To cut off the memory of them from the earth. He said, I don't even want you near my children. You ever have you have a child or a young child you're trying to raise, and then somebody come in who just got raw. He speak deceit. His lips utter deceit, and his tongue is evil. And he says, and he like, I don't want you around my children, so I'm gonna cut you off in memory of you from the earth. I don't even want my child to remember you. I don't even want my child to remember you. I'm trying to cut it off from his memory. You remember that person? I don't know, Father. I don't remember him or her. Right? To those who do evil, to cut off the memory of them from the earth. Why? Because if he takes it from your memory, then you will have no reason to, think on those things anymore. Only thoughts that one will have is the things that he wrote on the table of your heart. And it'll be healing to your umbilical cord, to your refreshments to your bones. It will bring life to you. Because that's what the bar does. Aleph 1 Peter 2:2, like newborn infants long for this pure spiritual milk. You say, man, when I'm going to grow up? Well, I got to always stay a child. It benefits to be a child. Because some people think, man, this is advanced. No, this is just milk. Just like any other child, this is milk. The other stage is way beyond this. It says, like newborn infants long for the pure spiritual milk, that by it you may grow up. You have to grow up. Just like a tree has to grow up. Like I told you, we're like trees. We come from trees, and you have to grow up. Just like how a tree grows, you got to keep watering it to grow. Stop watering the plant when it first come out and see what happens. It ain't going to grow. These natural things, these are the things he tells man, woman, and child to do every day. Water. That's why you're supposed to be planting trees, so you'll know you come from trees. So you plant trees and water trees, and you understand when he waters you, you grow. Just like a tree plants and you grow. But if you don't practice these things on a daily basis, then guess what happens? You forget your celestial intellect. You forget where you connected to. You forget your umbilical cord has been healed. You forget all about that. Because you know why? People have now drawn to the form of laziness. Everything can be given to you at any moment. You don't have to work for it. Nothing happens. Everything just happens instantly. He said, live in an instant society. And now, instantly, when things don't happen instantly, what does one do? Cry. Get mad. That's what we do. Because we live in that type of world. They created it for you. Patience, they trying to destroy patience. Endurance. Waiting. They're trying to get rid of that. Ain't no more waiting no more. This thing print right there at the fast food restaurant. Ain't no more waiting no more. You want a carbon delivery? They give you a non-carbonated delivery. No carbon credits. But they're trying to do away with all this patience. Patience, I want it instantly. Instant transactions. I don't have to wait 3 days, 4 days. They're trying to get rid of that. Like newborn infants long for the pure spiritual milk, that by it you may grow up into salvation. If indeed you have tasted that Yahuwah is good. How you going to taste something? The only way you're going to taste Yahuwah is good, your flesh, and you can't be hearing, you can't be tasting with your ears, with your flesh and your garments. But look how I look. Boy, you see what the thing I got on? Woo, woo, boy. You see these long robes, these fringes? You see this nice suit I got from the store? Look at me. By the time everybody finished looking at you, the whole drink would be over with. You don't miss the drink. But he said, long for the pure spiritual milk. It's pure. Anything that comes from Yahuwah is pure. Qahalath 1:12 and 1:11 and 2. Great are the works of Yahuwah, studied by all who delight in them. Full of splendor and majesty is his works, and his righteousness endures forever. Why? Because those who are going to sleep in righteousness, it's going to do it forever. It's going to give you eternal life. It's studied, right? Great are the works of Yahuwah, studied. Darash. The word for study is darash. It's seek. Seek with care. In prayer and worship. It's practice. It's study. It's followed. To be sought. How you going to practice something if you don't know how to till the ground and keep it? How you practicing following his word and his studying when you ain't, how you saying, eating every herb yielding seed is for food and for the animals? How are you practicing it? The evening and morning. If one is not practicing it physically and spiritually, how is one going to be able to understand it? It becomes like something that's not real to you. To be sought, to worship, to seek, to resort to seek. You have to practice. You have to do it. People say, I don't want to practice today. I don't want to do that. Then guess what? You ain't going to get better. Like I say, practice makes improvement. He said, I'm going to learn how to do these things even more. You got to keep doing it. How I'm going to learn how to plant and sow seed? You got to keep doing it. How I'm going to learn how to speak? You got to keep doing it. How I'm going to learn how to sing? You got to keep practicing. Just like any other practice thing that people do in the world. You have to practice. If you don't practice, if you don't pray, if you don't worship, you don't know how to do tehillah. Tehillah is when you what? Tefillah are two different things, right? You practicing and you singing the song at the same time you're worshiping, right? All these are all aspects, right? Seek with care. You got to have care. You got to have love and faithfulness. You can't just be seeking Yahuwah without no care. You're going to offer bread on his shulchan, on the table, and you're going to offer him something? You got to have care. Or you're going to be offering him something that's not pleasing, right? So this is Yeshayahu 55:11. For as the rain and the snow come down from Shamayim and do not return there, but water the earth, making it bring forth a sprout and giving seed to the sower and bread to the eater. We talked about you being a tree. You're just like an eighth. You're just like it. So shall my the bar be that goes out of my mouth. It's the same way. It's just like seed. When Yahuwah speaks, the word goes down from the highest Shamayim. That's all it can do, is it go down. It come all the way down to the surface of the earth, to the center of the earth. It shall not return to me empty. And everything he says, it ain't going to return it empty. It's going to do everything he tells it to do. But it shall accomplish that for which I purpose it. So if it requires evil, if it requires good, it's going to accomplish it. And shall succeed in the thing for which I sent it. So if he sent it to you, man, woman, child, he sent the bar in you, it's going to accomplish everything he sent it to do. And you have to believe that, whether it's good or evil. You're like, man, you know what? Yahuwah is merciful. But then at the same time, if it's good, you understand that these things are going to happen. These things are already been said. And he said you have to accept it. You have to own it for what it is. And it says what? The word for the bar is what? Speech, word, his utterance, his words. He said, so shall the word be that go out of my mouth. His utterance, his word, his promise. His promise is going out of his mouth right now. His commune. Has Yahushua Mashiach touched you and caressed you? If you haven't become like a child, and he said, I'll take you up and I'll touch you. And guess what happens? You know what happens when they say a child, when it's born, it's like at its purest form. No demons, no shadim, no nothing inside of him, right? All these things, you humble like a child. He said, man, be healing to your umbilical cord. I'll heal your flesh. And guess what happens after that? Shadim can't live inside of a pure-hearted child. They can't. It's a cure in there. The cure is inside of the mind. The cure is inside of the mind. It says judgment, language, promise, right? So we look at the bar. We know the bar is what? Daleth Bith Rosh. Daleth is door, Bith is house, Rosh is two, right? Rosh is what? Mind. The door of the house of the mind is the bar. It is what knocks on the thought process of the mind. His word. And this, guess what? It's 8. It's circumcision. Because that's all this is. This is just circumcision. I'm just cutting away. Like pruning a garden. I'm just pruning a garden. Yahuwah, right? You have the word Yahuwah. Yad ha-u'ah, right? Because the 26 is the 8. It equals a circumcision. It equals to cutting away. Because that's what he does. It's just a simple cutting. So moving forward, Mashali, Proverbs 8 through 11. All the words of my mouth are righteous, and there's nothing twisted or crooked in them. There's nothing twisted or crooked. I ain't trying to twist nothing, right? He says, and they are all straight, right? They are all straight to him who understands. They are straight and right to those who find knowledge. Why? Because Yahuwah is the fountain of knowledge. He said, from his mouth comes he's the fountain of wisdom, as Enoch 49. It's the fountain of Kukma. Take my instructions instead of silver, and knowledge rather than gold, rather than the charts and the archons, rather than silver and gold, rather than cryptocurrency quotes, rather than stock quotes and charts, rather than all these things, right? Take that instead of that. Wisdom, for wisdom is better than jewels. Why? Because Yahuwah comes from his throne. He says, oh, his water come down like wisdom. Wisdom come down like water. It waters you. It allows you to grow. So all that you may desire cannot compare with it. You can't. No matter what. So the words is Amar, his utterance, his speech, His word, his promise, his command, his appointed unto you. Everything he says, his words is his promise. And guess what? It is not, his promise is not a kesh. It is not distorted, false, crooked, for, or perverse. His promise is not for, crooked, or perverse. Yahushua Mashiach, he's saying, you brought a child in the midst of us, and he rebuked them. And he said what? Let the children come to me. And he picked them up and caressed them and touched them, and he baraked them. He blessed them. It's not perverse. His way is not perverse. The word for straight is nakuah. It means straightforward, equitable, correct, integrity, uprightness, innocence. It is innocence. People say, I want to be innocent on the day of judgment. It is innocent. It's straightforward. It's equitable. It's integrity. I want to have integrity. Man, woman, child. People say, a woman having integrity? Yes. A man having integrity? Yes. A child having integrity? Yes. Straightforward. It is straight to him who understands. Why? Because they're not hearing with their flesh and their garments. But if you hear with your flesh and your garments, your basar, you're not going to understand that. So the word for, because Amar is utterance, speech, and promise, right? We understand these things. We understand that his word is his promise, his speech, and we know that it is what he has said. His language, right? It's Luke 8 and 11. So now the parable is this. The seed is the word of Yahuwah. The ones along the path are those who have heard. Then the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts. He coming to steal. People say, I like people stealing from me. I don't care. No, you got to defend. He says, so that they may not believe and be saved. That's the only reason he's taking that seed. He said, I don't want you to believe this. The ones on the rock are those who, when they hear the word, receive it with joy. But these have no root. They believe for a while, and in the time of testing, they fall away. Because you ain't going to do it no more. And as for what fell among thorns, they are those who hear, but as they go on their way, they are choked by the cares and riches and pleasures of life. Why? The riches and the cares of the world. What happens? It's better. Wisdom, kukma, is better. It's like water. What would you rather have? Riches, gold, and silver, and all these things, and be thirsty? Water is one of the most valuable commodity on the planet. Without water, you die. So what good is your riches and your money and all these things if you ain't got no water? It's all for nothing. You supposed to get the water. He said, I was supposed to get all that, yeah. So you can get some water. So you can get some land and you can dig and get a well. So you can have some water. It says, guess what it says? It says, and as for that is grown in good soil, there are those who hear the word, hold it fast in an honest and good heart, because he said, trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. Lean not to your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. It'll be healing to your shore and refreshment to your bones. You will have a good and honest heart, because you will have love and faithfulness, and you won't let it depart from you. And bear fruit with patience, because that's what they're trying to get rid of, the patience part. They're trying to instant gratification with patience, right? So Marshall Lee, Proverbs 24, 3-5. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is full of strength, and a man of knowledge enhances his might. It enhances his might. His knowledge enhances him. Man, woman, child, it's going to enhance your might, your force. He say your koach, your strength. People say, why you need knowledge and wisdom in the inside? Because it's going to make you strong, quick. It's going to make you power. It's going to increase your might, your power, your human strength. It's going to make your body strong. It's going to strengthen malachim. It says it's going to allow you to transform like a lizard. It's going to allow you to be like a chameleon. It's going to allow you to be transformed in the renewing of your mind. It's going to increase your force and your fruits that you may bear. It's going to increase your wealth, your firm and your vigor, your excitement, guess what it is? It's going to cleanse you from uncleanness. It's going to do all that. It's going to increase. Wisdom and knowledge does that. You say, why? So why would you reject that? Why would you reject that? It's going to increase your force. Like male. Male means force. He made it. Yahuwah said it was very good. It was male. It was his force. It's still his force today. So it's Bereshit 14:1. In the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Eleazar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Golim, these kings made war with Berah, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, and Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemember, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zor. And all these joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea, for 12 years. Right? So you look at this Salt Sea, right? You look at salt. Right? People saying what's so significant about people battling at the Salt Sea? It says they had served. He said for 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. So you look at the 13th year they rebelled. They rebelled in the 4th year of Kedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him came and defeated the Rephaim in Asterisk Karaim, and the Zuzims and in Ham, and the Emims in Shaveh Kirathaim. These are giants, or you say long necks. And the Horites in their hill countries of Seir, as far as El Paran in the border of the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to Emishparat, that is Kadesh, and defeated the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who were dwelling in Hazron Tamar. Right, so you look at this valley of salt, right? They joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. Why? Then the king of Sodom and the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah and the king of Zeboim and the king of Bela of Zor went out, and they joined the battle in the valley of Siddim. Right, in the valley of Siddim, that is where the salt is at, with Kedorlaomer, king of Edom, and Tidal, king of Goim, and Apharim, the king of Shinar, and Arioch. And it says 4 Malachim against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of bitumen pits. How you saying bitumen pits are places? How you saying? Is a salt, right? So you look at pits. Right? We start looking at these aspects, and it says, and as the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some fell into them. Right? You got traps. And the rest fled in the hill country. So the enemy took all the possessions of Sodom and Gomorrah. It says, and all their provisions, and went their way. And they also took Lot, the son of Abram's brother, who were dwelling in Sodom, and his possessions, and went their way. So you have a conquering king seizing land masses near where salt is. Where salt. Right? The word for valley is what? In this verse is Amek. It's Amek. Ayin, Mim, and Kuf. Right? It means valley, vale, lowland, open country. A vale. So you look at a valley. Right? Valleys are in mountainous regions. Right? You have a mountain, then you have a valley. Right? You have a valley. This is the valley of Siddim. Or the word for Siddim it means field or plain. It means what? Flats. You have flats. And they have here valley near Dead Sea. So when they say they put Dead Sea, when you talk about dead, we're talking about a place. When they say Dead Sea, that means there's nothing inside of the sea that actually can have life. That's why they call it a Dead Sea. Inside that water, there's no life. Why? Because it's salty. The world calls it a Dead Sea. It's just a sea that has no life in it. Water that has no life. Why? Because it's too salty. Because it has no life in it. You look at the fish ain't no fish in it. There's nothing in it because it's too salty. Right? But guess what? The word for sea salt or sea is Malach. Or salt sea is Malach. Malach, it means salt. powder, salty. So because we know easily pulverized, dissolved, salt. So they fought at a salt sea where it was salt, where there was no life in the water. And inside of this sea, there was a lot of salt. And when you start looking at wars and things that people have in this world today, why are they fighting? The word for sea is yam. The word for sea is yam. Right? It means they have sea right here, right? Then they have Mediterranean Sea, Red Sea, Dead Sea, Sea of Galilee, right? They put these in here, right? But we know that a sea is what? A valley, or you say the salt sea, is a what? A place where the salinity in the water, or the pH in the water, is full of what? It's not able to give life, right? And it also means what? West. It means also, what is this at? It also means, it says, meaning to roar, or a sea, right? That's how yam means, right? So this is Bith Shamuel, or Aleph Shamuel 8, or 2 Samuel 8, 1 through 13. And after this, David defeated the Philistines and subdued them. And Daud took Methaleg Ammah out of the land of the Philistines. And he defeated Moab, and he measured them with a line, making them lie down on the ground. 2 lines he measured to be put to death. Right? So you have 2 different lines. And one full line to be spared. So you had a line to be put to death. Then you had a line to be spared, right? So you could say how you say left, the goats on the left, and the sheep on the right, right? It says, and the Moabites became servants to Daud and brought tribute. And David also defeated Hadadezer and son of Rahab, king of Zobah, and he went to restore his power at the river Euphrates. And Daud took from him the 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers, and Daud hamstrung all the chariots and horses. So you look at Kedar, when you start seeing people conquer things, they're going through and they're taking things from other people. Because you're going to have to fight in order to take things from people. Right? But notice where they're fighting at. Here we go. It says, but left enough for 100 chariots. And when the Syrians and Damascus came to help Hadadezer, the king of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 men of the Syrians. Then Daud put garrisons in Aram of Damascus, and the Syrians became servants to Daud and brought tribute. And Yahuwah gave victory to Daud wherever he went. So you look at the world today, when people go conquer countries, they always got to pay tribute to whatever country conquered their country. That's why you see places like Akusan, or you see Africa or African, or you see other countries that are conquered through debt. You look at certain countries inside of South America and Asia, certain areas, or even poor countries and poor cities inside of the United States of America or in other places, right? They have to pay tribute. Once you get conquered financially, or somebody takes it from you, then you have to pay tribute, or how you say praise, or give gifts, or bring gifts, or things of that sort. It's the same world. It's the same world. And guess what it says? And Daud took the shields of gold, and they carried by the servants of Hadadezer, and brought them to Jerusalem. And from Betah and Berathai and the cities of Hadadezer, king, David took very much bronze. And when Toi, the king of Hamath, heard that David had defeated the whole army of Hadadezer, Toi sent his son Joram, the king, to King David to ask him his health and to barak him, because he had fought against Hadadezer and defeated him. And Hadadezer had often been at war with Toi. And Joram brought with him articles of silver and gold and bronze. These also King Daud dedicated to Yahuwah. Together with the silver and gold he dedicated from all the nations, Goim, he subdued. From Edom to Moab, to the Ammonites, to the Philistines, to Amalek, and from the spoil of Hadadezer, the son of Rahab. It says, king of Zobah. And David made a name for himself when he returned from striking down 18,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt. In the valley of Salt. Or you mean how you say? The valley of a commodity. How you say? It's a reason why people fighting over these areas of salt. It says, then he put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom, he put garrisons, and all the Edomites became David's servants. And Yahuwah gave victory to David wherever he went. Right, you look at these valleys, right? You look at these valleys of salt. Right, you look at Kedalamer, they fought where? In Siddim. Where? Valley of Salt, where the salt sea. Dead sea, like they say, where there's no salt, where there's no sea. Where they say where nothing grows, nothing is alive, right? So the word for valley in this verse is gay. Is gay. It means valley, a steep valley, a narrow gorge. A gorge, a lofty. So he defeated the Edomites in the valley of salt. And you look at this gorge as what? Lofty, hence narrow, right? Gorge is between what? Two mountains. This gorge is between two mountains, and it's full of salt. In the valley of salt. Guess what? It's a narrow valley between two mountains, typically with a steep rocky. So we know the gorge. Look at the gorge, a narrow valley in between two mountains. That's how we know we lived in mountainous regions. We lived in hill countries. We didn't live in no flat plains. We lived in mountainous regions. It says in between two mountains, typically with steep rocky walls and streams running through it. We always had clear water. Why is this so significant? When you start looking at the commodity of salt, you look at the salt that people were trading throughout these regions. And this salt was very valuable, especially these areas where this salt could be harvested and sold for money. Right? And people fought over these regions. Why? Because it was what? It was for manufacturing and production purposes. Because when you start taking valuable land where there's salt and all types of this commodity, it allows one to make great wealth. That's the same way you see in the world today. That's why you had what they call the Dead Sea and what they call the Dead Sea. They have Dead Sea scrub salts, Dead Sea Himalayan salt. They got the Bolivian salt flats where they collect salt. They got the Utah flats. They got the salt flats in Palestine. Right, all these are all places where the salinity of the water is conducive to the point where one can literally harvest the salt and make profit off of it. And anything that allows one to make money, people fight over it. They're coming to take it. If it's powerful or if it's a new weapon like the Ark of the Covenant, what do? The Philistines come to take the weapon because they see, man, this thing is powerful. Hopefully it can be powerful for us. It's the same way in the world today. Something is a commodity, something that is valuable. Salt was very valuable, and it still is today. You go to the store and you buy it today because it's a valuable commodity. Right? When you start owning these things, when you start taking back these things, taking these things from people, and you start increasing your wealth for trade. Right? But when you start looking at them always fighting at these valleys and these gorges, and amazingly, this word comes up for a valley, gay. It means a valley, a gorge, gay Malach. And it ain't spelled with a kaf, it's spelled with a kat. Right? But we're understanding a little bit more, right? Sleepy rock, right? So this is Job, Ehud 6:4-10. For the arrows of the Almighty are in me. My spirit drinks their poison. The terrors of Yahuwah are arrayed against me. Does the wild donkey bray when he has grass, or an ox low over his fodder? Can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? Huh? Can it be anything that's tasteless that you can't taste? Can it be eaten without salt? You gotta put something on it. Or is there any taste in the juice of the mallow? My appetite refuses to touch them. Right? So you look at something that's tasteless, because you look at poison. You talk about Penuel. When you put poison in a drink, it don't even taste. You can't even taste the actual poison inside. It's tasteless. But if you put salt in that water, in that poison water, what happens to that water? It'll heal the water. So if you drink, he's like, man, I don't taste nothing in it. I don't taste no salt. He said, I refuse. I ain't drinking that. Because you know why? Because there's poison in it. Because it ain't got no salt in it. Can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? Or is there any taste in the juice of the mallow? My appetite refuses to touch them. They are as food that is loathsome to me. Or he mean cast away. I cast this food away. Oh, that I might have my request. Oh, that I might be able to tell him what I want. And that Yahuwah would fulfill my hope. That it would be please him to crush me. To do what? To crush him. Because remember, Malach, or he say salt, it means also to pulverize, to make to powder. He said, please Yahuwah to crush me, that he would let loose his hand and cut me off. Right? This would be my comfort, and I will even exalt in pain and upsparing, for I have not denied the words of the Kadosh one. I have not denied them. Right, can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? I can't drink no poison without no salt in it. Would you do that? Right. It says the word for tasteless is what? Tafel. Can that which is foolish or tasteless or unseasoned? Tafel. That which is unseasoned, tasteless, unsavory, be eaten without salt. It's unseasoned. Man, I don't want this. It says whitewashed, tasted, unseasoned. Shall I drink that? He said, I'm drinking poison. That's their poison. Unseasoned, whitewashed, right? The word for salt is what? Malach, right? It says it's unseasoned. Unless can it be eaten without salt? Without powder? Without salt that is pulverized or dissolved? Salt? Salty? Can it? Can it be eaten without salt? We look at that. Look at the word for salt is melach. You got the meme, the lamet, and the kaf. The kaf is 8, the lamet is 30, and the meme is 40. We use the 78. We use the 15. Then you have 1 plus 5 is what? 6. The 6th letter of the alphabet is nailed, tent peg, and secured. Nail, tent peg, secured. So that which is tasteless be eaten without salt, without some type of something that's secured with a nail and a tent peg. He said you gotta eat it with salt. If you don't have no salt in your water that you're giving to somebody, if you don't have no salt in your water that you're giving to somebody, it's poison. Since when did human beings give off good water to come from their mouth? Human beings never had good water to come from their mouth or a drink to give to somebody else. It said, from Yahuwah's throne, wisdom flow down like water. He's a master of spirits. When did humans have water come from their mouth that actually is pure and crystal water to somebody to drink? It has to be seasoned with salt. What type of salt? A secured salt with a nail and a tent peg in it. And that salt has to be inside of your conversation, or he say inside of the water that one gives. So the word for destroy, he said, it would be pleased Yahuwah to crush me. The word for to crush is daka. To be crushed, to be crushed, to be contrite. To be contrite, to crumble, to bruise, to contrite, to crush, destroy, to humble, to crush. It'll be pleasing to you to daka me, to crush me, because he was to cut me off. It'll be comfort for me. Why? Because they can be poison. He said, can we eat that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? Can I eat that without salt? So the Yirmiyahu 17:5. Thus says Yahuwah, cursed is the man or Gaber who trusts in Adam, in man, and makes his flesh his strength. Because your flesh and your garments ain't going to understand what I'm saying to you. You know how people talk about skin color and all that? Yes, Yahushua was brown skin, copper, liquid copper, brown skin, dark man. When he gets in, how you say, in the heat of the sun, he puts against the sun. Yes, he was. But he's saying that wasn't Yahushua's strength, though. That wasn't his strength. That wasn't his boast. That wasn't his boast. His boast is in Yahuwah. He's saying every thought and imagination was all him, Yahuwah. Love and faithfulness didn't depart from him. He wrote on the table his mind, and it healed him. But they said right here, it says, and make his flesh strength. It says, makes his flesh strength, whose heart turn away from Yahuwah. That's why it said, write it on the tables of your heart. My son, daughter, do not forget the teaching of your father, nor the commandment of your father and the teaching of your mother. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. Don't turn away from him. It says, he is like a shrub in the desert. So here we go. So if you turn away from Yahuwah, he said, you like a shrub in there. You ever seen a shrub in the desert? You go in a dry place? You ever seen a dry ground? You see like a little shrub that stick out of the ground? He said, that's you. And shall not see any good to come. Think about it. You in a dry desert and you a little tree in there. What good is there? There's no water. It says, he shall dwell in a parched places in the wilderness. Parched. What do you mean parched? That means there ain't no water. You thirsty as always, right? In an uninhabited salt land. Because in the salt land, what happens? There ain't no life. When you have a salt land, that's why you think they fought in the valley of salt. Because it brings forth death. When he said there's no water, think about a sea that's salty and it dries up, or it has like no type of life in it. You think about a salt land. He said you be like in an uninhabited salt land. It says Barak is the man who trusts in Yahuwah. So here we go. We just talked about trusting Yahuwah with all your heart. He is like a tree planted by water. You're like a tree. You got water all the time. You're like a tree. Remember we talked about you like a tree. We're like trees. We absorb water. We need water. We absorb water. It says that sends out its roots by the stream. So he put his roots out right by the stream. So you got a natural spring by your house. Natural spring, just understand them trees have their roots all in there. They sucking that water out of there. Even when the condensation rises up and it's sucking in the roots. And then guess what it says? The roots by the stream and does not fear when heat comes. When the heat comes, it ain't fearing, because you know why? For its leaves remain green. Every herb you seed is for food. Every green herb is for food. It's going to remain green. And is not anxious in the year of drought. For it does not cease to bear fruit. It don't cease. So when no water come, you're like, man, I'm like a tree planted by rivers of water. It's continual. I ain't going to cease to bear no fruit. I got my roots by the stream. I'm not like a part in a uninhabited salt land. It says the heart, it says what it says. The heart, the lab, is deceitful above all things, the mind. That's why he said, write it on the tables of your heart. It says, guard your tongue, that it speaks no evil or utter deceit. Because your mind is deceitful above all things and desperately sick. Who can understand the mind? Who can understand it? It's desperately sick. Get what he says. I, Yahuwah, search the heart and test the mind. Then we just talked about Yahuwah said he searches the secret things in the mind. Yahuwah knows every imagination and thought. He said, I'm testing the mind. Can we drink that which is tasteless be not eaten without salt? Without something secured? A nail, a tent peg, you gotta know. He's like, why has to have this in your tongue? Because what we utter out of our, he said, what one utters out of their mouth is poison. You gotta have salt in your conversation. He says, I, Yahuwah, search the heart and test the mind. That's all he's doing. To give every man according to his ways, according to the fruits of his deeds. He said, curses the man who make his trust Adam, because you know what happened to Adam. You trust in that. You trust in your natural estate, your basar. Who told you about flesh, Adam? You trust in that? You trust in that? He said, who told you about that? Who told you about flesh? All I told you about was Ruach. Who told you about this other part? You trust in that, huh? It's a word for curse. is the man. So that word for curse is the man. That word for man in that verse, when it says curse is the man, is gabar. Curse is the warrior. What type of warrior are you? Curse is the warrior. Kayil? What type of Kayil are you? Virtuous. He say curse is the warrior. Strong man. He say strong woman. Ability to fight. People don't even know how to fight. Curse is the man who make his trust Adam. Curse is the warrior. Right? Curse is the warrior. Right? Strong man. Why? The word for salt in that verse it's a little different. It's a little different. It's Malach. It means what? He said, man, you're going to be like in an uninhabited salt land if you make Adam your trust, your flesh. It means saltless. You're going to be saltless. Barrenness, saltiness. Right? It means salted. It means a desert, a barren land. A barren land, saltiness, barrenness. So you're going to be barren. You ain't going to bear nothing. You have no fruit. You have no water. You're you're in a parched land. You're thirsty. You have no water. Yahuwah says, my wisdom is going to drop down like water, like rain and snow. So is my word. But he said, but if you don't have it, then you're just like a barren land in a salt land. You're barren in an uninhabited salt land, just as dry as you want. That's all it is. He says salt, desert, saltiness, barren. So you look at Malach, right? You say Malach, right? But you don't have it. It's not with a kaf. It's not like Malach, like no work. But this is spelled with a ka, right? But then it says what? Mim, Lamed, Kaf, and Ha. Which you got Mim is 40, Lamed is 30, Kaf is 8, and Ha is 5, which is 83, which is to 11. 1 plus 1 is 2. Second letter of the alphabet is house, tent, tabernacle, and palace. The second letter of the alphabet is Ba'ith. Why? Because your house is going to be like a barren land. Saltness, right? Saltiness. Barren, desert, salted, right? Saltiness, barren, right? It's going to be like an uninhabited desert. That's how your house is going to be. Or you mean your land, your body. You're going to be barren if you make your flesh your trust. You make your flesh your trust, and you trust in Adam. He said, man, you're going to be just like a shrub in the desert. You're going to be just like an uninhabited salt land. You're going to be just like it. Nothing is there. Right? So you got the word for trust is batak. To trust, to secure. You're going to secure yourself in your flesh. But it also says, we talked about the actual Malach. Secure. But you start looking at making your flesh your trust. Instead of Yahuwah, your trust. So you're going to be secured in Yahuwah, or you're going to be secured in your flesh. Because that's why he said your flesh your garments ain't going to understand. It says trust and be confident. To be sure, to put confidence. Are you putting your confidence in your flesh, or are you putting your confidence in Yahuwah? That's why it says trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. And do not lean to your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your way. It'll be healing to your shore, because your natural state ain't going to be your trust. Yahuwah going to be your trust. The one who made you. It means to be secured. Well, this is 2 Chronicles, Dabarim, Hayamim 13, 1-8. In the 18th year of King Jeroboam, and Ahijah began to reign over Yehudah. And he reigned for 3 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Micaiah, the daughter of Uriel Gabiah. Now there was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. Abijah went out to battle, having an army of valiant men, 400,000 chosen men. And Jeroboam drew up his line to battle against him with over 800,000 chosen mighty warriors. Then Abijah stood up on Mount Zeraphim, that is in the hill country of Ephraim, and said, Hear, O Jeroboam and all Yasharal, ought you not to know that Yahuwah, your Elohim of Yasharal, gave the kingship of Yasharal over to David? You see how he defeated the people in the Valley of Salt? In the gay, how you say, the gay Malach? He defeated them in the Valley of Salt. He said to Daud, his son, by a covenant of salt. Don't you know that? To his sons, David and his sons, to Yehuda. That's what David and his sons is Yehuda. Yet Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the son of Solomon, Shalomah, the son of Daud, rose up and rebelled against Yahuwah, his master, And certain worthless scoundrels, it says scoundrels, or Belial, sons of Belial, gathered about him and defied Rehoboam, the son of Shalomah. And so when Rehoboam was young and irresolute and could not withstand them, and now you think to withstand the kingdom of Yahuwah in the hand of the sons of Daud, because you are so great a multitude, and have with you the golden calves that Jeroboam made you for gods. So you think you're gonna bring your gods? You can bring your gods, you can bring your Elohims, but guess what? You're still not gonna stop the sons of Daud and David to rule over Yasharal. You're not gonna stop him from ruling over Yasharal. You're not. You can bring your gods, but he's telling you he made a covenant of salt. It's a salt covenant. You mean it's seasoned with salt? Or how you say, saltiness, powder? You mean secured with a nail and a tent peg? Oh, no, you can't. It's already secured. You think you're going to stop it? Because you got all these people with your gods? This is Leviticus 19:2, 9 through Leviticus or Yakra 2, 9 through 16. And the priest shall take from the grain offering or the minka its memorial portion and burn it on the altar, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to Yahuwah. But the rest of the grain offering shall be for Aaron and his sons. It is most Chdash part of Yahuwah's food offering. No grain offering that you bring to Yahuwah shall be made with leaven. Let no leaven be found in your house, or no sin. Still, for you shall burn no leaven nor any honey as a food offering to Yahuwah. As an offering of first fruit, you shall bring them to Yahuwah. But they shall not be offered on the altar. They shall not be offered on the altar for a pleasing aroma. Ye shall season or malach all your grain offerings with salt. You mean you got to secure it with nails. Notice they got season, malach here, salt. That's what the word for season is, malach. It means season. All your grain offerings with malach, salt. So you got salt. You got to season with salt. And you know that word for salt, we add them up, it uses a 6-letter alphabet, which is secure, nail, tent peg. You got to season, he said you got to have salt. Can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? Without salt, you got to have salt. You shall not let the salt of the covenant, He said he had the salt covenant down with David and his sons. It was a covenant of salt. He said the priests. Oh, you mean these priests from Yehuda got this covenant of salt? No. And guess what it says? And you shall not let the salt of the covenant with your Yahuwah be missing from your grain offering. With all your offerings, ye shall offer salt. If you offer a grain offering of first fruit to Yahuwah, you shall offer for the grain offering of the first fruit fresh ears, roasted with fire, crushed new grain, and ye shall put oil on it and lay frankincense on it. It is a grain offering. And the priest shall burn as its memorial portion some of the crushed grain, and some of the oil with all of its frankincense. It is a food offering to Yahuwah. Right? So we know that word for season is malach, because we know it means to be salted, to season, to pulverize into pieces, rub to pieces. Rub to pieces, pulverize. You ever rub something to pieces? To disappear. To rub with salt, to season. right? To wash with salt, to be salted, to wash with salt, to be dispersed, to be disputated. You got to wash it with salt. You got to wash it with salt. Season it with salt. Why? Because this salt is what's going to make it to have taste. Because if you don't have it, you have no taste. Right? This is Tahallin 50 and 12. If I were hungry, I wouldn't tell you. For the world is and its fullness are mine. Do I eat flesh of bulls and drink the blood of goats? Do I eat that? Offer to Yahuwah. So Yahuwah said, I don't eat that. Offer to Yahuwah a sacrifice of thanksgiving. And perform your vows to the Most High, Aliyun. And call upon me in the day of trouble. Because Yahuwah's ears are open to the righteous. Open to their cry to his children. If you don't humble yourself like a child, you are not his child. And he has not grabbed you, and he has not touched you, and he has not baraked you. Why? Just like he did in the beginning. Has he touched you yet? He said, and I will deliver you, and ye shall kabod me. You're going to glorify your Father for delivering you from your situation. Guess what he says? The word for thanksgiving is todah. It means confession, praise, to give praise, a hymn of praise. That's a song of lyrical worship, extension, adoration, adoring, confession. He said, offer me that. Because I don't want your blood and your bulls and your goats and your offerings. I don't want that. Right? So you look at toxicity, right? Look at the toxicity, right, as they say. Look at salt. Right, we look at salt. When you're talking about seasoning with salt, like you season something, you got to season it a certain way. You can't just put a whole bunch of salt on it. Be like, eat that. You ain't going to eat it. How far you think you're going to get in your meal? You put a bunch of salt in it. That thing going to get in your mouth. You're going to, oh, I can't eat this. You ever season something too much? You ever season something too much? Guess what happens when you season something too much? Let's see. It says too much sodium in the blood causes hyperthermia. This acute condition can happen in older adults who are mentally and physically impaired, who do not eat and drink enough, or who are sick with a high fever, vomiting, or infections that causes severe dehydration. It says what? Excessive sweating, and it says diuretic medications that deplete the body of water and are other causes, right? When sodium accumulates in the blood, water is transferred out of the cells and into the blood to dilute it. All right, so you look at all that salt one got on the inside. He said, man, that thing, I can't eat that. But then you got to get some water to do what? Dilute all of the actual salt that's inside of the body. Why? Because Yahuwah says, my wisdom come down just like water. Because y'all are way too salty. Guess what happens when you're way too salty? This fluid shifts and builds up, and a fluid in the brain can cause seizures, coma, or even death. You're going to be just like a dry uninhabited land. You make your flesh your actual trust. You're going to be just like a dry uninhabited land of salt with no water. And guess what that do? It causes seizures, coma, and death. He said, that's going to be you. You make flesh your trust. He said, but those who trust in Yahuwah, man, you're going to be like a tree by the river with your roots going right into the water. You're going to bear, your fruit ain't going to cease. You ain't going to cease from bearing. But when you buy dry land, you trust in your flesh, you cause seizures, coma, and death. Not only for others, but for yourself. People say, why am I in stationary mode? Because how you saying you too salty? You ever hear people say you got too much of a salty attitude? You're so salty. They say, why people say that? Because you're saying why? Because you're too salty, because you're in a coma, you see, you're causing death. You're so salty. Right? It says extra fluid collecting in the lungs. That's what it also do. Can cause difficulty breathing. We talked about our lungs in our body, your branches. You're just like a tree. But if you have too much salt, it's going to cause your lungs to not breathe. You ain't going to be able to breathe. We talked about our branches in our lungs. You're just like a tree. You put a tree by a salt sea, that tree going to die. You put it by a river that's flowing river living water, it's going to live. You know what hang around dead trees? Bats, bugs, and demons. And snakes. They hang around dead trees. People don't know that. If you go in the forest and you walk in the forest and you see a dead tree, just know there are bats, snakes, and bugs near that tree. Or you see an old tree that's cut down, you lift that log up, you're gonna find bugs, snakes, and bats. They live inside of these places. Dark caves. People say, why I like living in darkness? Because you say your house is in darkness. Because you're in darkness. It says other symptoms may include hypernaria, can include nausea, vomiting, weakness. We talked about it's going to be healing to your shore, umbilical cord. It's going to be healing to your body, your shore, your inward man, your body, your skin, your body, your bones. But if you have too much salt, and guess what happens? It says weakness, loss of appetite, intense thirst. Right? All these things take place. Confusion, kidney damage. All these things take place. Right? It's called toxicity. It says, what happens when the salt levels are too high? Are high, right? We said, we call hyperthermia typically causes thirst. That's what happens. You're too high. He said, what happens? You start thirsting again because your salt salinity is way too high. He's like, man, I'm thirsty. You're like, yeah, I know. You thirsty. You're like a dry land, an uninhabited salt land. That's what you are. You're like a shrub in the desert. It says the more serious symptoms include hypernaria result in brain dysfunction. Yeah, your thoughts and your brain gets dysfunctional. Just like your body gets dysfunctional, your brain gets dysfunctional, then your body gets dysfunctional. And then when your body is dysfunctional, guess what happens? It causes confusion, muscle twitchings, seizures, coma, and death. That's what it does. But you need water to dilute it. Why? Salt is good if you know how to season it right. But if you have too much salt, you got to know how to season it right. So Matthew 5:1. Seeing the crowds, he went up on the mountain. And when he sat down, his disciples came to him, and he opened his mouth and he taught them, saying. So when he opened his mouth and taught them on top of a mountain, he said, my wisdom shall drop down like water, which means he was giving them drink. He was diluting their salty hearts. They were all like dry, parched land in that remember, he was on a mountain. What's in the mountain? A valley. And what's in the valley? Desert. Dry land, salt, a salty land, a salty attitude. It says Barak. Oh, he baraked them. He touching them now. It's like he did in Bereshit. Barak, and Yahuwah baraked them and said, be fruitful and multiply. So he baraked them. How you going to be fruitful and multiply without water? So when Yahuwah barak you, he's sending you water. He's giving you water to drink, like rain and snow. Here's the bar to give you what? So you can be fruitful and multiply. It says what? Barak are the poor in Ruach. They thirsty. For theirs is the kingdom of Shamayim. If you poor in Ruach, that means you're thirsty. Barak are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. They shall be comforted. That's why we just read in Job, but he said, man, it'd be pleasing that Yahuwah it'd be comfort for me if he just cut me off. It says, Barak are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. These are all for the salty attitude people. Barak are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Because you're like parched land. You're like a dry land. You're just like a desert with a shrub. Because you make flesh your trust. And you're like an uninhabited salt land. Barak are the merciful, for they shall have mercy. Barak are those impure in heart, for they shall see Yahuwah. Barak are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of Yahuwah. Barak are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of Shamayim. Why? Because we just read in Enoch 49. He said the righteous is going to take them all to the grave, to their sleep. Because Yahuwah judges secret hearts, right? Barak are you when men revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is in Shamayim. Great is in Shamayim. For they persecuted even the Nabi'im who before you. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt has lost its taste, because you know when the salt loses its taste, it says how that which is tasteless should not be eaten without salt. You got to have salt. Because it's tasteless. But if you lost your taste, you mean the salt don't have it what it used to have anymore? It's not good anymore. How shall the saltiness be restored? Because that's the whole point. He said, you are the salt of the earth. But if you don't have no salt, and that which is tasteless, how can it be eaten? Oh, you mean secured, nailed, tent pegged. Yeah, how can it be eaten if you don't have no salt in it? Because what you come out of your mouth is poison most of the time. So you got to have what? Salt in your tongue, seasoned with it. So it don't cause no death, no nausea, no brain dysfunctions in people. So it don't cause no physical damage. Right? And it says what? How shall the saltness be restored? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown and to trample underfoot people's feet. And it says, you are the light of the world, a city that is set on a hill, cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under the basket, but on a stand. It is given to light the whole house. In the same way, let your light shine before others so that they may see your good works and give kabod to your Father who's in Shamayim. Your good works, the things you do. Tree, what you do. Your good works, meo ta'ud, the things you do. Your good things, your good deeds, your works. Because that is your salt. That is your salt. That's your good deeds. It's your salt. Because you are the salt of the earth. That's why have your tongue, so that which is tasteless be eaten. Shall that which is tasteless not be eaten with, unless it has to be salted. Mark 9:42. It says, whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a millstone be hung around his neck, and he would be thrown in the sea. And if your hand causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter into life crippled than to have two hands going to hell and an unquenchable fire. And if your foot causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter the life lame than for 2 feet to be thrown into hell. And if your eye causes you to sin, tear it out. It is better for you to enter in the kingdom of Yahuwah than one eye than 2 eyes to be thrown into hell, where the worm does not die and the fire is not quenched. Right? So you talking about hands, feet, and eyes. Hands, feet, and eyes. What you see, what you do with your hands, and where your feet take you. So if your feet taking you, causing you to sin, he said, cut it off. If your eye, what you're looking at, is causing you to sin, cut it off. If your hands are causing you to sin, anything you're doing with your hands, or things you're working, and if it's causing you to sin, cut it off. Or if you're causing other people to sin by doing it, cut it off. Because this is your salt. Because you're trying to be salty. You're trying to be the salt of the earth. But if you're causing people to sin with your hands and feet and eyes, and the things you're doing, then guess what? You ain't got no salt. It ain't secure. It ain't a nail in a tent peg. You know why? Because he's saying, it's impossible for one to bear good fruit And to do the things that one does, if one does not cut things off, you can't. You have to cut things off. Just like a tree is planted and pruned. You have to cut things off. This is for everyone, guess what it says? For everyone would be salted with fire. Salt is good. Right? He says salt is good. But if the salt has lost its saltness, because salt was used for eating. And some people just like dry land like a draw, but they got to be diluted with water because they're causing death and disease and nausea and vomiting and brain dysfunction. And how you say, coma. He said, salt has lost its saltiness. How will you make it salty again? How you going to make it salty again? It's lost its saltness. You can't make it salty again. Don't even try to season with it. You know how he's saying? People still trying to season with the things they doing with going with their feet, the things they looking with their eyes, and the things they doing with their hands. People still trying to salt their offerings and sacrifices with this to give to Yahuwah. You still trying to salty with that salt? You still keep trying to salt that thing with that behavior. Guess what he says? Have salt in yourselves. Have salt in yourselves. And be at shalom with one another. Why? Because we add up Malach. It means nail, tent peg, secured. Have salt within yourselves. So Luke Oriah 14:30. Now great crowds accompanied him, and he turned and said to them, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. He was like, why? He said, you can't join my training program. Basically, you can't join my training program. Whosoever does not bear up his cross and come after me cannot be my disciple. You can't be a part of my training program. He said, for which of you desiring to build a tower does not first sit down and count up the cost? How much it's going to cost to build it? Whether he have enough to complete it or otherwise, when he has laid the foundation, he is not able to finish. All who have been will start to mock him. That's what people do today. He started. They want to see if he finished. They start to mock. Ha, ha, ha. They start laughing. They start mocking, imitating, saying, this man began to build and was not able to finish. Or what king going out to encounter another king in war, like you saw Kedorlaomer going out to war, you saw David going out to war, and they all fighting in the valley of Salt. He says, and will not sit down first to deliberate whether he is able with 10,000 to meet him who comes against him with 20,000. And if not, while the other is yet great way off, he sends a delegation and asks for the terms of shalom. So therefore, any one of you who does not renounce all that he has cannot be my disciple. You can't be a part of his training program. Salt is good. But if the salt has lost its taste, how shall the saltness be restored? How can that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? He said, you tasteless. But you don't have no saltiness in you no more. Why? Because now, when you come to me, you're expecting me to accept you. You're expecting me to accept your sacrifice. What are you what are you sacrificing to be with me? He's like, if you come to be with me, you come to do my training program. It's just like when somebody goes off to basic training. They got to leave everything behind. They writing letters to back home. They write letters to their girlfriend or their wife or their children. They sending videos, posts. Like, hell, we're in basic training. And, all these things are going on. They at naval camp or all these other places. And they're like, man, they writing letters back. Guess what he said? Guess what he says? But if it has lost its taste, how shall its saltness be restored? He's like, man, when you first came to Yahushua Mashiach, he was like, man, you would do all these things. Man, you'll run a mile. Matter of fact, you'll go 2 miles. Man, you'll do all these things. Man, you would read and study. You would, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Like, you would do all the orders I would give you. You would do all these things. But now, he's saying, now you done lost your saltness and your taste. So now you won't do it no more. It's the same way. It's like your love. You let love and faithfulness forsake you. And you no longer have the love that you had at the first. It says, it is not, guess what it says? It is of no use, either for the soil or manure pile. It is thrown away. He who has an ear, let him hear. So now, one has no more salt. Let's see what happens when you have no more salt. It says how to use cell salts. So we look at here. So you got a cell salt. Then you have, these are 12. It's actually 12 cell salts here. 12 cell salts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 12 cell salts. He said have salt within yourself, right? But if the salt lost its taste, how could it be salted? So and you have mental so you have the second column is mental symptoms of deficiencies and physical symptoms of deficiency. So you got the calc fluor, right? So if you have deficiency in here, you got indecisiveness and low self-esteem. Chapped skin, deficient tooth enamel. It means, it says this is calc phos, right? This is mental weakness and lack of motivation. That is the deficiency you will have if you don't have this. It says this is 12 cell salts. It says nosebleeds, late teeth, headaches in children. It says calc sooth, fatigue, laziness, worries about imaginary problems. It also means what? It says physical symptoms is what? Yellow discharges and boils, open infections. This is the ferment false. This is mental symptoms. It means what? Stimulation and overheating, followed by dullness and lasciviousness. Right? Then you have physical symptoms is nosebleeds, cold, flu, sore throat. Then you have the kali myrrh. That's what they call it here, cell salt. And it means what? They talk about deficiency is irritability, apathy, homesickness, hypochondria. Physical symptoms is coughing, white mucus discharges. So the caliphos is a nervous tension, extreme nervousness, moodness, anger, self-pity. That's mental deficiency. Then you have the physical symptoms is nerve, sleep problems, bad breath. So you have the Kelly Sooth, right? Then it has what? Mental deficiency of this cell salt is scary dreams, sensitivity to noise, irritability, anger. Physical deficiencies is yellow discharge, changing symptoms, right? They got magphos. These are all terms that people have studied. So if they studied these things, so you telling me they don't know how to alter these things inside of you? You think they don't know the proper chemical formula to distort these things inside of you? Don't be fools. Magphos. Mental symptoms of deficiency of the magphos is sensitivity, impulsiveness. Physical symptoms is cramping, shooting pain, spasms, hiccups. Nat-mer, it means what? Mental deficiencies of Nat-mer is isolation, control issues, deep grief. Physical deficiencies, head, cold, congestion, water discharges, sun sensitivity, cold sores. Nat-phos, well, that was Nat-mer. Nat-phos is depression, low self-esteem. Right, that is the mental deficiency of Nat-phos. Acne, blackheads, greasy and brittle hair. It says Nat-sooth, depression from wet weather or head injuries. So this is mental deficiencies for that cell salt. It means swollen feet and hands. Also, it means what? Foul smelling gas. Right. So these are all aspects of these cell salts. Right. Silicea. Mental deficiency of silicea and lackness of it is what? Shyness, lack of grit, hypersensitivity, sensitivity to cold. Physical symptoms and deficiency is light sensitivity, sweat glands, and feet. All these are all part of how to use. It says you're talking about 12 cell salts, right? There are 12 of them. Why? Because these cell salts have to be inside so these things can be healed inside of one's body. That's the whole point. So they can bring healing inside of one's body. That's what they're here for. So this is a person who studied this thing. This is where it comes from. Dr. Wilhelm Heinrich Schlesinger, right, was an outstanding intellect in the late 19th century, a doctor of medicine, a psychological chemist, and a physicist. Right, these are chemists and physicists. So we know chemists study the chemicals of the body, and physicists study proton, electron, neurons, protons, atoms, quarks, molecules, things of that sort. It says who was well ahead of his time. He developed the Schuller's tissue salts using a unique system of cellular therapy, biochemistry, and living tissues, which continues to be popular today. Dr. Schiller found that there are 12 inorganic materials present in the body, which are called tissue salts. The human body contains 12 vital minerals in tissue salts, a proper balance of which is necessary for normal cell functions to maintain good health. Well, he said, have salt within yourself. But if the salt has lost its taste, how shall it be restored again? How is it going to do that? Right? You got to have water, or you're going to be an uninhabited salt land or a shrub in the desert. You got to dilute your water. You got to dilute the salt. Why? Because it's going to cause death, coma, brain dysfunction. But then if you don't have enough salt, it's going to cause you to lose good health. Like he says, you got to have a proper balance. When cellular balance is disturbed, an abnormal condition leading to various ailments follows. According to Dr. Singer, a normal balance of these vital salts can be established by administering deficient mineral salts in readily assimilated form. He says these are now known as the Schiller's tissue salts. Schiller found that the most effective way to assimilate these salts was through homeopathically prepared microdoses, which passes rapidly through the bloodstream and therefore into our cells. So go down here and it says there are 12 minerals available in each cell tissue of the essential body's metabolism. When these vital salts are in the correct ratio or concentration, the body is healthy. As soon as the tissue salts ratio is disturbed, the proper function is impaired, resulting in illness. We should get tissue salts through our diet. Due to our modern lifestyle, we lose everyday minerals through stress, bad nutrition, and environmental toxins. Tissue salts are homeopathic dilutions of mineral salts that our cells need to function properly. Right, so when we look at Yahushua Mashiach, he's saying have salt within your cells, but then also you can have too much salt. Then you're going to need water to dilute it, or you're going to be causing death. That could be toxic to your body. Not only toxic to yourself, but to others. But if you don't have the proper balance of salt, then it can cause diseases and health. And then it causes your body and your mind, and it causes many deficiencies in your personality, in your behavior, and how you look at yourself, and everything else inside of yourself. And you start looking at the world today, how many people in the world are in these states of mind? How many people in the world are in this state? Why? Because you look at themselves, they look at the world, look at themselves, and you start looking at these this money-making machine that's been created based upon altering the chemical structure of your body, throwing your body off balance. Right? But he's saying this is supposed to be for the healing, because there's 12 of them. It's supposed to be for the healing of your body. It's supposed to be for the healing, to have the proper balance. Right? Just how we spoke about before, Bereshit 29:31 through 35. When Yahuwah saw that Layla was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, because Yahuwah has looked upon my affliction, for now my husband will love me. She conceived again and bore a son, and said, because Yahuwah has heard that I am hated, he has given me another son. And he called his name Shamuan. And again she conceived a son, and she said, now this time my husband will be attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore his name was called Louis. And she conceived again and bore a son and said, this time I will praise Yahuwah. Therefore she called his name Yehudah. Offer to Yahuwah thanksgiving, right? Yehudah, aren't you Yehudah? He says, then she ceased bearing. That's 4 sons. Bereshit 30, 1 through 8. When Rachel saw that she bore Yaakov no children, she envied her sister. She said to Yaakov, give me children, or I shall die. And Yaakov's anger was kindled against Rachel. Now you see why unbelief causes anger. Right? Unbelief causes anger. And it starts through envy. Right? And it says, and he said, am I in the place of Elohim? Who has withheld you from the fruit of the womb? Who made you barrenness? Who made you saltiness? Or Malach, right? Who made you like that? Saltiness. Who made you barren? He said barrenness. Who made you like that? Who did that? Then she said, here is my servant Bilhah. Go into her, so that she may give birth on my behalf, that even I may have children through her. So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife, and Yaakov went into her, and Bilhah conceived and bore Yaakov a son. And it says, then Rachel said, Elohim has judged me, and he has heard my voice and given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. And Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Yaakov a son. Then Rachel said, with mighty wrestling I have wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. So she called his name Naphtali. So that's 2 sons, right? That's 6. Bereshit 39 through 13. When Leah saw that she had ceased bearing children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Yaakov as a wife. Then Leah's servant Zilpah bore Yaakov a son. And Leah said, good fortune has come. So she called his name Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Yaakov a second son. And Leah said, happy am I, for women have called me happy. That's what it said. So she called his name Asher. So that's 2 sons, right? That's 8. In Bereshit 30, 16 through 20. And when Yaakov came from the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, you must come in to me. Where is Yaakov coming from? He coming from the field. That's where he's supposed to be at. He coming from the field. Every herb in the seed for food. And for the animals. He's like, I'm coming for the field. And guess what? He says, she must come in to me, for I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. So he lay with her that night. And Elohim listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Yaakov a 5th son. So Elohim listened to her. It says what? And Leah said, Elohim has given me my wages because I gave my servant to my husband. So she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and she bore Yaakov a 6th son. And Leah said, Elohim has endowed me with a good endowment. Now my husband will honor me, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she called his name Zabulun. After that, she bore a daughter and called her name Dinah. So that's 2 sons. Bereshit 31. Says, then Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim listened to her and opened her womb, and she conceived and bore a son, and said, Elohim has taken my reproach. And she called his name Yusuf. So I think that's, called his name Yusuf. It says, saying, may Yahuwah add to me another son. Right? That's 1 son. That's another son. That's what? 11. Bereshit 35 and 16. Then they journeyed from Bethel when they were still some distance from Ephrath, and Rachel went into labor, and she had a hard labor. And when her labor was at its hardest, the midwife said to her, do not fear, for you have another son. And as her soul was departing, for she was dying, she called his name Benai. But his father called him Benjamin. So Rachel died, and she was buried on the way to Ephraim, that is Bethlehem. And Yaakov set up a pillar over the tomb, and the pillar is the pillar of Rachel's tomb, which is there to this day. And Yasharal journeyed on and pitched his tent beyond the tower of Eber, and that's the 12th son. 12 sons. So you have Benjamin represented the 12th son, right? And then you had Yaakov had 12 sons, right? One tree bearing 12 manners of fruit. 12 manners of fruit from 4 women. So you have 4 women, you have 4 corners, you got what? 4 91-day cycles in a year. Yaakov was one, because he was one person who had 12 sons. That's 13. You got one, Yaakov had 12 sons, and those 12 sons were supposed to be for a purpose. They were supposed to be for a purpose. You look at those 12 cell salts that you see inside of the human body, that the human body needs for healing. That healing needs to be on the inside. Why? Because when it's on the inside of somebody and they know these things on the inside, then it can be healing for somebody else. But shall that which is tasteless be eaten without salt? You need salt within yourself, the proper balance of salt. And without the proper balance of salt, right, when one is unhealthy, then one won't be able to heal somebody else. You won't. But it has to be salted. I mean, it has to be secured with a nail and a tent peg. It has to be secured with knowledge. Matthew 10:1. And he came to him, and he called to him his 12 disciples, and he gave them authority over the unclean spirits to cast them out, to heal every disease. And we read about all those diseases with salt deficiencies. He said, have salt within yourselves. Who was he talking to? To these people, to his disciples. He's saying, you don't have salt in you, guess what happens? You got to have salt. Well, it has to be balanced. Why? So you can heal these people with all these diseases. You see the deficiency of salt. You see what happens to people's minds. You see if they have too much salt, they don't get no water, what's going to happen? They're going to cause coma, brain dysfunction, death. It's going to cause death because the water is supposed to flow down from the mountain. It's supposed to flow down from the mountain to water the plants below. That's why Yahushua sat on top of the mountain, and then he taught them. And he watered them. It says, over unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal every disease and every affliction. The names of the 12 of Shalakim are these. First, Shimon, who is called Kof, Andrew, his brother, James, the son of Zebedee, or Jacob, the son of Zebedee, Yochanan, his brother, Philip, of Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthiyahu, the tax collector, Jacob, the son of Aliphaeus, Thaddeus, Simon of Zealot, Yehuda Iscariot, who betrayed him. Matthew 10:5. These 12 Yahushua sent out, instructing them. What do you mean? Yeah, he's sending out the 12 and instructing them. He told them to have salt within themselves, right? So, because if it's not no salt in it, it's going to be poison. He said, have salt within yourselves. And he instructed them, go nowhere among the Goyim, not yet. And enter not into the town of Samaritans, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal. Why? Why do I have to go to the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal? And proclaim as you go, saying, the kingdom of Yahuwah is at hand. Heal the sick. The heart is deceitfully wicked about, what he's saying, the heart is what? Sick. Their minds are sick. Their brain, brain dysfunction. They're in a coma. The Yasharal is in a coma. They have brain dysfunction. They are causing death. Body dysfunction. They are toxic. They're like a dry grant. They're like dry grant. They're like a dry land, a shrub in the desert. They're like an uninhabited salt land. They need water. They need their water diluted. They need to get a proper balance in their body so they can get healed from all those sicknesses with those deficiencies in salt without having the proper salt balance. It says what? Go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Yahshua and proclaim as you go, saying the Malkuth of Shamayim is at hand. Heal the sick, raise the dead. Why? How you going to raise the dead? How? You got to get some water. You got to pour some water on that shrub, on that land that's like a uninhabited salt land. You got to pour water. Wisdom got to come flow down like water on that land. It says, and proclaim as you go, saying the Malkuth of Shamayim is at hand. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse the lepers. How you going to do that? With water. Cast out demons. How you going to do that? With water. It says, you receive without pay, give without pay. I gave you that water free. So then you receive it without pay. Yeshayahu 53 and 3. He was despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows acquainted with grief, and as one from whom men hide their faces. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten of Yahuwah, and afflicted. But he was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed, or that word for crushed is daka. He's saying what? It would please Yahuwah just to crush me. Right, so that which is tasteless be eaten without salt. He said, I drink their poison. Daka for our iniquities. He was crushed. You mean pulverized, like salt, diluted? Upon him was the chastisement that brought us shalom. Seek peace and pursue it. It'll be healing to your umbilical cord. It'll be refreshment to your bones. You'll be secure with a nail and a tent peg. And with his wounds we are healed. All we are like sheep gone astray, and have turned everyone to his own way. We forsook Yahuwah. He made us like a parched grain. We put flesh our trust. We didn't put our trust in Yahuwah. So therefore, he made us like shrubs in a desert and like a uninhabited salt land. It says, and Yahuwah laid on him the iniquity of us all. This is Ezekiel 61. And again, the word of Yahuwah came to me, son of man, make known to Jerusalem the abomination and say, thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim to Jerusalem. Your origin and your birth are the land of the Canaanites. Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. And as for your birth, on the day that you were born, your cords were not cut. You still connected to him. He said, your cords are not cut, nor were you washed with water to cleanse you. Your umbilical cord wasn't cut, and you weren't given no wisdom. How you say water flowed down like wisdom? He said, you ain't even been cleansed, nor rubbed with salt. Your umbilical cord ain't been cut, you ain't been washed or cleansed, and you ain't got no salt. You ain't been rubbed with no salt to purify you. You mean rub your skin? You rub yourself with salt? You wash yourself with water, and then you scrub yourself with salt. Nor wrapped in swallowing clothes. No eye pitied you. No eye pitied you. To do any of these things to you out of compassion for you. Nobody did it. But you were cast out on the open field, for you were abhorred on the day that you were born. You were abhorred for the day you were born. He said they ain't rub you with salt. They ain't even wash you. Matter of fact, they didn't even cut your umbilical cord when you were born. They didn't even do it. Ezekiel 37:1. The hand of Yahuwah was upon me, and he brought me out in the ruach of Yahuwah and set me down in the middle of the valley, and it was full of bones. You mean valley full of bones? You mean you ever seen the walk in the desert? You seen these shows in the movie? You walk in a place, and you see a desert, and you see all these bones. You see dead bones, animal bones. You see a shrub in the ground in the desert. He said you like he said like a salted land, uninhabited salt land. just dead. He said, man, it was full of bones. And he led me around among them, and behold, there were many. He said, there were very many on the surface of the valley, many bones. And guess what he says? That he set me down in the middle of the valley. What's in the middle? How you get in the valley? A valley sits in between two mountains. As we talked about a gorge, or like Daud, he slew them in the gate. He said, gay Malach, and then in the salt. It says, and he led me around among them, and behold, there were very great many on the surface of the valley. And behold, they were very dry. If they were very dry, that means they needed water. It says, and he said to me, son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, oh, Yahuwah, you know. Then he said to me, Naba over these bones, and say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of Yahuwah. His wisdom going to drop down like water. He said, Naba to the bones that are dry, he's talking about give it some water. Just like a tree needs water to grow. He said, man, give him some water. Thus says Yahuwah Elohim to these bones, behold, I cause breath to enter into you, and you shall live. And your Elohim breathed into his nostrils, and man became a living soul. He watered it, just like a tree get watered. And it says, and he shall live, and I will lay sinews upon it, and I will cause the flesh to come upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and you shall live, and you shall know that I am Yahuwah. Let us make man in our own image and our own likeness. Let him have authority of the fish, sea, fowls, of every creeping thing, and over all the earth. And Yahuwah Elohim formed man from the dust of the ground, from the Adamah, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. A nefesh, right? A living soul. So I prophesied, I nabud as I was commanded. And as I nabud, there was a sound. And behold, a rattling, and the bones came together. He started watering these things, the tree, like watering seeds. Because a seed has to be dried out in order for you to water it. He's watering it because it's dry. It says, came together, bone to its bone. And I looked, and behold, there were sinews on them. And the flesh had come upon them, and the skin had covered them. But there was no breath in them. So then he said to me, Naba, it says, and he said unto me, prophesy Naba to the breath. Naba, son of Adam, and say to the breath, thus says Yahuwah Elohim, come from the four winds. From the four winds. How many sons of Yaakov did he have? 4. How many wives did Yaakov have? 4. And the 4 produced what? They all produced sons. It says, O breath. It says, and breathe on these slain that they may live. He watering it again. So he watered the first time the bones came together. So when you water a plant, you just can't water it one time. He said, okay, there ain't no breath. He said, do it again. I water it again, that they may live. So I nabud, and he commanded me, and the breath came into them. And they lived and stood on their feet, exceedingly a great army. Then he said to me, son of Adam, these are the bones of the whole house of Yasharal. Water. That's why you think he sent his 12 disciples out. One tree had 12 disciples. That's 13. Yaakov having 12 sons. 13. Why? Why are you going to heal the sick? Heal them of their deficiencies. Heal them of their sicknesses, the demons and the shadim. Heal them of the things that's going on. Why? You got to have salt within yourself in order to do that. You got to have the proper balance of salt within yourself to heal other people. You can't have too much salt. Because if you have too much salt, you cause death, and you be like these dry bones in here. But if the water has the right pH, he say, water these bones. And he watered the bones, and they lived again. So the word for valley is Bekah. It means valley, plain, a split, a plain, a valley. Different from the word that valley when Daud or with Qahalath. It's a plain, a split, a valley. Between mountains, a valley between mountains. He set him in a valley between mountains. Right. The word for bones is estem. Bone, essence, substance, external body, strong. Yeah, external body, bone as strong, a stem. It'll be healing to your bones. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. Lean not to your own understanding. It'll be refreshment to your bones. That word for bones that was in that same verse was a stem. To your external body, to your limbs, to your body, to your bone, to your substance. What do you think he was doing? He was healing their umbilical cord. They were all dead bones. They were being born again. They were dead, and now they're alive. And he attaching them to the umbilical cord. It was healing their umbilical cord. That was a connection to Yahuwah. And he watered them. He said, Naba to the bones, that they may live. It'll be healing to your body. The word for very is meod. Exceedingly much is force. It was a very great army. Remember, he said that word for very is force. Exceedingly much. Amazingly, it's meod. Where we find meod ta'ub at? In Bereshith. What he say? And Yahuwah saw that it was good. It was very good. Every herb yielding seed for food. For the animals and for you and the animals. And it was meod ta'ub. It was very good. And amazingly, he said to the dry bones, he said what? Breathe into their nostrils. And guess what he says? And man became a living soul. They became living again. A very great army. Meod ta'ub. It was a very great army. Every herb yielding seed for food. Why? Because you're eating herbs and things. Why? Because you're eating these herbs and these plants. What is going to bring your pH and your salt? You're going to have salt within yourself. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to be for healing other people. The whole house of Yasharal. Healing other nations. Healing of the Goyim. How you going to heal the Goyim in your pH level, your salt level is for death, coma, and brain dysfunction? You're going to cause everybody to be sick. It says what? The word for dried, right? He said their bones are very dry is your best. It means dried. Dried away. Very dried. It's very significant. Right? This Yeshayahu 52 and 13. Behold, my servant shall act wisely. He shall be high and lifted up and shall be exalted. He's going to do very wisely because the wisdom dropped down like what? Like water, as we talked about in Enoch 49. This is Ukanan 12 and 1. Yahusha answered, this voice has come for your sake, not mine. People say, why he's speaking? Because y'all the one that are thirsty. You're the people who are like a dry shrub in the desert. You're the people like an uninhabited salt land. You're the people of dry bones. This voice has not come for my sake. It's come for your sake. That's why you think Yakaziel, he said, I spoke as I was commanded. The voice spoke to Yakaziel and he spoke. He said, this voice ain't come for my sake because Yakaziel was alive. It came for your sake because you were dead. You are dried bones. He said, now is the judgment of this world. Now the ruler of this world will be cast out. And when I am lifted up from the earth, I will draw all people to myself. How are you going to do that? How are you going to draw all people to himself? He got to be lifted up. He has to. He has to. One tree bearing 12 manners of fruit. He has to be lifted up. And by him being lifted up, he'll draw all people to himself. It'll draw all people to himself. Why? Because he's going to be for the healing of the nations. The healing of the Goyim. The healing to anyone who comes in contact to that tree. Mark 14 and 8. And the crowd came up to him and began to ask Pilate to do as he usually did for them. And he answered them, saying, do you want me to release for you the king of the Yahudim? For he perceived that it was out of envy that the chief priest delivered him to him. So are you going to stop? So notice how the crowd came, right? So you're going to stop? You're going to bring your gods of Jeroboam, and you're going to stop the seed of David and his sons to reign over Yasharal? You going to stop that? By salt covenant? And it says, Yochanan 15:23, whosoever hates me hates my Father also. Because It says, if I had not done among them the works that no man else did, they would not be guilty of sin. But now they have both seen and hated both me and my Father. But the word that is written in the Torah must be fulfilled. They hated me without a cause. For no reason at all. You hate me without a cause. The same way Yaakov hated Leah, he's like, man, you hated me without a cause too. You hated me without a cause too. You envied me because I'm bearing fruit. So therefore, you delivered me over to judgment. Not even knowing. Luke 22:63. Now the men who were holding Yahusha in custody were mocking him as they beat him. They were pulverizing. They were punching him. They were beating him. And they were blindfolding him. They were crushed for our iniquity. He was bruised for our sin. He was bruised. He was crushed. Why? They blindfolded him and kept asking him, Naba, who it is that struck you? Isn't that what he told them to do to the dry bones? He said, Naba to the dry bones. He said, Naba to them. He said, prophesy to them. Shall these dry bones live? Shall these people live? They need some water because they like a dry land, an uninhabited salt land. They're like a shrub in the desert. They have no life in them. And when people have no life in them, they do things like this. And they said many other great things against him, blaspheming him. You cannot 19:1. Then Pilate took Yahusha and flogged and beat him. And the soldiers twisted a crown of thorns on his head, and put it on his head, and arrayed him in a purple robe. And they came up to him, saying, Hail, King of the Yahudim. And they struck him with the hands. He's saying they were making salt, grinding it to powder. Right. Can that which is tasteless be eaten unless it has salt? Can that which is tasteless be eaten unless it has salt? Right. Matthew 27:45-50. Then they sat down and kept watch over him there, and over his head they put his charge against him, which read, This is Yahusha, the king of the Yahudim. You think you're going to stop it? Then two robbers who were crucified him, one on the right hand and one on the left, Son of man, he put me in the middle of the valley, in between two mountains, in the gorge, in the valley of Siddim, in the valley of salt, in the valley of dry bones. He set me right in the middle of the valley of the dry bones. And guess what he says? And those who passed by derided him, wagging their heads, saying, You who destroyed the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the son of Yahuwah, come down from totality. So also the chief priests with the scribes and the elders mocked him, saying, He saved others, he cannot save himself. If he be the Malach of Yasharal, so you going to stop this for him? It's the sons of David and his sons, the rule over Yasharal? With your gods? Let him come down from the cross, and we will believe him. He trusts in Elohim, trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. Lean not to your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your path. It'll be healing to your umbilical cord, your navel string. And it'll be refreshment to your bones, your asim. It'll be just like the valley, your bones will live. Your inward man will live again. But if your salt have lost its saltness, how shall it be salted again? If you have too much salt, you cause disease and death and coma. Isn't that what they're doing to Yahusha right now? Disease, death, and coma. Because they need some water. They need a drink. You need a drink. And he says, he trusts in Elohim. Let him deliver him now if he desire him. He says, for he said, I am the son of Yahuwah. And the robbers who were crucified with him also reviled him in the same way. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over the land until the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour, Yahushua cried with a loud voice, saying, Ali lalam sabatanai. That is, my Elohim, why hast thou forsaken me? And some of the bystanders said it, this man is calling for Aliyah. And one of them at once ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine. He said, I drank their poison. He said, man, it would be comforting for me, for you to crush me. That's why they beat him. But he also said, it would be comforting for me if you just cut me off. So that which is saltless, how you say, tasteless, be eaten without salt. He said, have salt within yourselves as a pleasing aroma. And some of the bystanders, hearing it, said, this man is calling for Aydah. And one of them at once ran and took a sponge and filled it with sour wine and put in a reed and gave him to drink. But the other said, wait, let's see whether Aydah will come and save them. And Yahusha cried out again with a loud voice and yielded up the ruach. Then he told the Levitical priest, or the priest, he told him to he made sure your sacrifice be seasoned as salt. That's one time. That's why he cried out one time. And he said with salt. Salt. He said seasoned with salt. That's why he cried out twice. You got to be, the first one was seasoned and the other one was salt. He seasoned with salt, with the right salt. And it was balanced in between two thieves. And guess what he did? When he cried out, he watered the dry bones. He nabbaed just like Yahuwah told him to. He did exactly what Yahuwah told him to. And he said, and I nabbaed just like he told me to. I cried out. I threw salt. How you say? That one tree bearing 12 minutes of fruit was for the healing of the whole house of Yasharal and the Goyim at the same time. Right here. And he cried out again. And I didn't put it in here, but when they first gave him to read the first time, he wouldn't drink it. He refused it. Then the book of Job said he said, I at all would cast this away from my mouth. Because shall I drink something that, he said, I drink poison. But he said, so that which is tasteless, be eaten without salt. He said, I all forsook this. I will not drink this. Because when they gave him the first time, he wouldn't drink it. Because they weren't finished yet. The Yukonah 1932. So the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first and the other who were crucified with him. But when they came to Yahusha and saw that he was already dead, he did not break his legs. But one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and out at once came out blood and water. It came out blood and water. You saying? He watering the dry bones. He giving water to the dry bones. And he set them in between the valley. In between two mountains. Why? Yukonah 6:53. So Yahusha said to them, truly I say to you, unless you eat my flesh and of the son of Adam and drink my blood, you have no life in you. You are like a dried, uninhabited salt land, like a parched, like a shrub in the desert. You have no life. You are like dead bones, like dry bones. You have to receive the word that's spoken. That's the only way those bones are able to live. They had to receive it. You only can receive it. He said, if you don't humble yourself like a child, you will not receive this. Your flesh and your garments are not going to understand what I'm saying to you. But you must have too much salt. He said, whosoever feeds on my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. You mean you have life. You have Kai. And I will raise him up at the last day. That's why the bones lived. It was a great army. He said, this is the house of Yasharal. He said it was 12 cell salts. But you start seeing when you have a deficiency, you start seeing all of the lack of and the physical and mental deficiencies in oneself. For my flesh is true food and my blood is true drink. So when we talked about every herb you see is for food and for the animals, that's the true food. Because it's for your healing. That's what herbs are for. That's what leaves are for. That's what the green plants are for. For your healing. So whoever feeds on my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me and I in him. Has Yahushua touched you yet? Zechariah 13:1. On that day there shall be a fountain open to the house of David, house of Daud, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, to cleanse them from all sin and uncleanness. Or then they pierced him in the side. It was a fountain open to the house of David for sin and uncleanness. It poured out blood and water. You gonna stop the sons of David, the reign over Yasharal? Yochanan 19:38. And after Yahushua, knowing that all was finished, said, to fulfill the scripture, I thirst. He was just, and amazingly, he was just like dry bones. He was just like the dry bones. He was just like the shrub in the desert. He was just like an uninhabited salt land. He was thirsty. He was very dry, mailed, right? He was real dry. But why was he thirsty? He was thirsty because you were thirsty. But you didn't know you were thirsty. And a jar of sour wine stood there. So they put a sponge full of sour wine and hyssop and branch and held it to his mouth. And when Yahushua had received the sour wine, so he received it this time. He said, received. He said, it is finished. And he bowed his head and gave up the ruach. He died. He already was like a salty land. He was already like a shrub. He was already thirsty, and he gave him sour wine. He gave him poison. So therefore, what did toxicity do? He had so much toxicity on the inside. He was already thirsty. He was already like a dry salt land, and he had so much toxicity on the inside. They gave him poison after that. And then guess what happened after he had all that poison on the inside? He was toxic, and it brought forth coma. It brought forth death for him. They couldn't even give him no water to dilute that salt and give him some water for the plant because they forsook their first estate. Adam. Cursed is the man who trusts in his flesh. It's the basar. Cursed is the warrior who trusts in his flesh and his basar and in Adam. But Barak is the man who makes Yahuwah his trust. He shall be like a tree by a river. He shoots forth his branches to the river, and he shall bear fruit, and his fruit shall not cease. Tahalim, Psalms 103 and 1. Barak is Yahuwah, O my soul, and all that was in me. Barak his Kudash name. Barak Yahuwah, O my soul, and forget not his benefits. Don't forget. Who forgives all your iniquity, how you think he did that? Through his ben, and heals all your diseases. How you gonna do that? From the leaves, from the trees. Healing the sick, raise the dead, cast out demons. Why he do that? He healed all your diseases. It'd be healing to your umbilical cord. Trusting Yahuwah with all your heart, all your ways. Lean not to your own understanding in all your ways. Acknowledge him, and he will make straight your path. It'll be healing to your shore, and your refreshment to your bones, to your asher. It'll be healing to your body, your outward man. It'll be healing to your inward thoughts. It'll be healing to your self-esteem. It'll be healing to your memory. It'll be healing to your deficiencies in your body, in your outward man. It'll be healing to your thoughts. It'll be healing to everything that's a part of a person that are deficient. It'll be healing to you. It'll heal your toxicity. It'll heal your too much salt. It'll heal your coma. It'll heal your death, your sentence of death. It'll heal all of that. It'll give you good health, refreshment to your bones. He healed all your diseases. Shemuth, Exodus 15:25. Then there Yahuwah made for them a statute and a rule, and there he tested them, saying, if you will diligently listen to my voice, the voice of Yahuwah, your Elohim, and do that which is right in his eyes, and give ears to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the diseases on you that I put on the sons of Ham, Mizraim, for I am Yahuwah, your healer. I'm not going to do it. If you do everything I told you, the statutes, that's a statute, things to do, things prescribed. I put Adam in the garden to keep it and dress it. This Revelation is Kazun 22:1. Then the Malach showed me the river of water of life, bright as crystal, flowing from the throne of Yahuwah and of the Lamb through the midst of the street of the city. In the middle. Also, on either side of the river, the tree of life, with 12 kinds of fruit, yielding its fruit each month. It did not cease. He said, Barak is the man who put Yahuwah his trust. He should be like a tree by a river. He should shoot forth his branches and by the root, and his fruit shall not cease. It says 12 kinds of fruit, yielding fruit each month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. The leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations, of the goyim, of the people. Because they have salt deficiency. They got to be seasoned properly. They got to be proper balanced. They need to get a water to dilute it to get it to proper balance. So they can have the right balance. So these deficiencies won't be in themselves. This is Kazum, Revelation 8 and 10. And the third Malach blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from Shamayim, and blazing like a torch. And it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of the water. And the name of the star is wormwood. And a third of the water became wormwood. And many people died from the water because it was made bitter. It was made bitter. You think about water that have too much salt. Can you drink that? A water that has poison, can you drink that? You can't drink that. It has to be lightly salted. You can't drink that. Poison water? Bitter water? If people say, why he gave Yahusha poison sour wine? Because they were bitter. Because they were salty. Overly salted. Like a dry land of dead bones. This is Bith Shalakim or Malachim, 2 Kings 2:15. Now the sons of the Nabiim were at Jericho, saw him opposite them, saying, and they said, the Ruach of Eliyahu rested on the Eliasha. And they came to meet him and bowed to the ground before him. And they said to him, behold, now there are with your servants 50 strong men. Please let them go and seek your master. It may be that the Ruach of Yahuwah has caught him up and cast him upon some mountain or in some valley. In some valley or in a mountaintop, maybe in a valley, and dead. And he said, you shall not send. But when they urged him till he was ashamed, he said, send. And they sent therefore 50 men. And for 3 days they sought him, but did not find him. And they came back to him while he was staying at Jericho. And he said to them, did I not say to you, don't go? Now the men of the city said to Eliasha, behold, a situation is in the city, and it is pleasant. And my Adon sees, as my Adon sees, it's real pleasant. Right, the city is beautiful, but the water is bad. The water is bad. So outwardly, the curse is the man who trusts in his flesh. He said, your flesh and your garments are not going to understand what I'm saying to you. The city, you look very pleasant on the outside. You got nice garments, you got nice clothes, you look good. Everything looks great on the outward man, but you cursed on the inside because you don't trust in Yahuwah. And you lean into your own understanding. And guess what he said? But the water is bad, which means the water is poison. The water is bitter. The water is too salty. And the land is unfruitful. It's barren. It's like a shrub in a forest. It's like a shrub in the desert. It's like an uninhabited salt land. It is unfruitful. He said, bring a new bowl. A new bowl. And put salt in it. So that ain't a lot of salt. So I put a bowl in, that ain't a lot of salt. That ain't no whole 3-5 tons of salt. That's only a little salt. a little season of salt. So they brought it to him, and he said, and then he went to the spring of water and threw salt, or Malach, in it, and said, thus says Yahuwah, I have healed, or Rapha, this water. I'm just throwing a little salt in it. Have salt within yourself, right? Malach, right? How you say nail, secure, tent peg. You gotta have this in your water. If it's not in your water, everything gonna be unfruitful, and the water gonna be bad. If this salt, this tent peg, this nail, this secured understanding is not in your water, if it's not seasoned in your water, it's gonna be poison, and your land gonna be unfruitful. It says in it, and said, thus saith Yahuwah, I have healed the water. From now on, neither death nor miscarriage shall come from the water. It's no longer poison anymore. It's not bitter. It's not poison. It's not dry. It's not like an uninhabited salt land. It's not like a shrub in the desert. It's not like a dead bones. It says, guess what it says? Neither shall it cause death or miscarriage shall come from it. So the water has been healed to this day. So once it's healed, once you heal, it should be healed according to the word that Yahshua spoke, according to the water that he spoke, according to the salt that he spoke. Because that's the only thing where you're going to heal poison water. You got to put salt in it. A little season of salt. Not a whole bunch of salt. Because then once you put a bunch of salt, it won't actually be drinkable, and then it'll cause death to somebody else. Just like poison will cause death to somebody else, water that's seasoned with a bunch of salt, too much salt, can cause death to somebody else. It has to be the right balance to cause healing to the water, right? So the word for unfruitful or barren or miscarriage is sakol. It calls the land to be what? Bereaved. It means childless, to miscarry, to be bereaved, to make childless, to suffer abortion, to miscarry, to lose children. Causes one to lose children because the water is bad. Miscarry, rob of children, spoiled, to be bereaved. It causes it to be bereaved because it's not the proper balance within oneself. He said, shall these bones live? Notice he had the skin and the sinews. And all these things start coming on the body when he starts speaking the word, the bar, to the actual bones. And the bones started to heal. Why? Because they were doers of the word. They were obeying the word that was spoken. And therefore, being a doer of the bar allowed their bones to live and the sinews and the skin to come back on their body. Because you see people say, you skin is bones. People say, what do you mean? Because, how you say? You haven't been healed yet. Right? He said, valley of dry bones. And he says what? Chdash, right? It means what? Bring me a new bowl, a new thing, a fresh new thing. Chdash. It says Chdash, right? New. A new thing. Fresh. Right? The word for healed is Rapha. To heal, to make healthful. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. It would be healing to your shore and refreshment to your bones. It would be Rafuth, right? It would be healthful. It means what? Healer, physician of men, of hurts of nations, involving restored favor. To mend, to cure. It'll be a cure. Heal. To heal, to repair. To make whole. He's saying, Naba to these bones. Shall these bones live? So Malachim 6:15. And when the servants of the man of Yahuwah rose early in the morning and went out, behold, an army with horses and chariots was all around the city. And the servant said, Alas, my master, what shall we do? He said, Do not be afraid, for for those who are with us are more than those who are with them. So you think you're going to stop the sons of David and the David from ruling over Yasharal because you got all these people and your gods? He said, so then Yasha prayed to Yahuwah and said, "O Yahuwah, please open his eyes that he may see." So Yahuwah opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots and fire, and all around Yasha. He said, open your eyes. Open your eyes. Yuchanan 9:35. Yahusha heard that they had cast him out. And having found him, he said, "Do you believe on the Son of Man? Do you believe on Yahushua Mashiach? Do you believe on him?" Because he said, if you believe on him, he said, "Eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have life in you." And he said, "Your bones will live." And he said, do you believe on him? Do you believe that he was bruised for your iniquity? Do you crush for your iniquity? Do you believe he was the salt that healed you? Do you believe he was the water that poured down for your sin and uncleanness, that diluted the salt that was causing death to your body and imbalances to your brain dysfunction? He's saying, do you believe on him who does not turn his face from them he know, and from his children, and from those who humble themselves like children and become humble as a child, even as a child that crawls on the ground? Says, do you believe on the Son of Adam? He answered, "And who is he, sir, that I may believe in him?" Yahushua said to him, "You have seen him, and it's he who is speaking to you." And he said, "Adon, Master, I believe." Amunah. I believe. And he worshiped him. That's the part that people are not doing. He's saying what? And he worshiped him. Worship who? Yahushua Mashiach. The one who came. He said, every knee gonna bow, every tongue gonna say he master. How many times has one said Master Yahushua? People can't even do that in the natural world. So why would they do it in the spirit world? He's saying what? Master Yahushua. Adon Yahushua. Yahushua said, "For judgment I am coming to this world, that those who do not see may see." Because some people think they see. No, but I see already. And those who see may become blind. They may become blind. So the Pharisees near him heard these things and said to him, "Are we blind also?" Yahushua said to them, "If you were blind, you will have no guilt." If you were blind, you will have no guilt. But now that you say, "We see," your guilt remains. Because Yahushua came to heal the blind. You ever got salt in your eye? It burns. You ever got salt on your skin? It burns on your skin, especially when you have open sores. He said, man, everybody gonna be salted with fire. When you get salted on your skin, you rub your skin. You know how a baby born? He said, man, they didn't even pity Yahushua. When he was born, the day he was born, they didn't even rub him with, they didn't even wash him with no water. Matter of fact, when he was born, they didn't even scrub him with no salt. They had no pity on him. You see how they treated the son when he was born? Because he was born to die. And that day he died was the day he was born. And they didn't even pity him. They didn't even wash him. They didn't even swallow him in clothes. Matter of fact, they didn't even wash him with no salt. He said, you're going to be seasoned with fire. People say, why you got to wash your skin with salt? Because that's not going to burn. And you're going to see, your skin going to be on fire. Your skin going to be on fire. He said, being that you say you see, he said, your guilt remains. He said, you haven't been seasoned with the salt. If I season you with salt, he said, you'll be healed, and you'll be healed from your blindness. You'll be healed from your blindness, but being that you say you don't need no help, your guilt remains. I don't need no help. He said your guilt remains because you don't need no help. Because Yahushua is a helper. He's a azar. He's like a woman to a husband. He a azar. He's like, I'm a helper. He said, you don't need no help. He's like, you know what? Your guilt remains. Man, woman, child. So you got the 12 cranial nerves. Because we got 12 manners of fruit. We got 12 cell counts to heal, right? If those cell deficiencies are in the body, it can't heal you. Then you have 12 cranial nerves. And it's for the healing of the nations. He had 12 manners of fruit for the healing of the nations. And he said this whole body is the whole house of Yasharal, those 12 sons. But if they don't have the proper balance, how is he going to heal somebody if they can't see? 12 cranial nerves. Olfactory, you smell. How you going to smell? Optic nerve, right? It's vision. Ocular motor, eye movement, and pupil reflex. Eye movement, it's a tracheal. Triglymial, face sensation and chewing. You can't even taste. How you say, oh, taste and see that have you really tasted that he's good? Abducens, eye movement. These are all part of the mind. He said, open his eyes. Open his consciousness. Open her consciousness that they may see. Facial movements. Face movement and taste. You have the vestibular, hearing and balance. These are all 12 cranial nerves. Can you hear? Do you have balance? We talked about the balance of the actual cell salts. It causes mental deficiencies and physical deficiencies. Hearing and balance. Does not the ear taste the word? Oh, taste and see. It says glasphormia, throat sensation, taste, swallowing. You ever had problems swallowing before? Vagus, the movement and sensations of abdominal organs, the liver and the kidneys. You start thinking about all these aspects, right? Accessory, neck movement. Neck movement. Can't even move your neck in certain directions. It's stuck. Some people stuck with their head, not 70 pounds on their neck, looking at their cell phone all day. Right? That's 70 pounds on your neck. And you keep your neck stuck in a certain position. It says hypoglacial movement, sensation, abdominal organs. Right? All these are all what? A part of the brain. 12 cranial nerves of your brain, of your neck. All these are part of your mind. He said, are we blind also, Yahushua Mashiach? He said, if you were blind, you would be without guilt. But being that you say you see, you're saying your 12 cranial nerve, you're saying that your salt balance is perfect. And your 12 cranial nerves are perfect. And everything is right. And there's nothing wrong. Right? You need no refa, no healing. You don't need nothing, right? I'm good. I'm filled with the Ruach. I'm saved, right? Guess what that means? I don't need no help. I have my God right here, and my God's going to help me. Guess what happens? He said, your guilt remains. Your sin. He's trying to open our consciousness, right? Yuchanan 7:37. On the last day, the great day of the feast, Yahushua stood up and cried out. What is he doing? He's watering the people because they dead. They dry. They're dry bones. They're like a uninhabited salt land. And he nabbing. If anyone thirsts, let him come to me and drink. Barak are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. He said, if you thirsty, he said, let him come to me and drink. But if you see already, he said, you don't need me. He said, you don't need me. You already see. Your cranial nerve, your salt balance, right? Everything is all balanced. You have no death and no coma inside of you. You sleep. You ain't sleeping, right? Get what he said? Let him come to me and drink. Whosoever believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart, his mind shall flow rivers of living water. You ever seen electrolytes? You put electrolytes in water. What is electrolytes? That's salt. He said, you got living water. Where do you get living water from? From the inside. Out of his heart shall flow rivers of living water. You get it from the inside, from the center of your mind. It flows from the center of your mind. That's why your mind has to be opened. That's why your balance inside of your body and your cell salts have to be balanced. That's why you have to have water on the inside to dilute all the death and miscarriages and coma that you cause in other people. Your whole life, from your words that you speak out of your mouth. He said, out of your belly shall flow living water. Now this he said that about the Ruach, whom those who believed in him were to receive. You believe in Yahusha, so one should have the Ruach. For as the Ruach has not been given, because Yahusha had not yet been kabod, but he has now. He said, when Yahusha said, when you cry to the earth from a loud cry, he said, you're not going to, when you do ascend back into the Shamayim, you're not going to come back up in disguise. You're going to come in all your kabod. Yahusha has been glorified all the way to the Shabat, above the Shabai Shamayims, above the highest heaven. He's already has. Bereshit 2:8-14. He said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. Bereshit 2:8-14. And Yahuwah Elohim planted in the garden of Eden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground Yahuwah Elohim made to spring up every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. What? Every herb yielding seeds for food and for the animals. And it bears fruit. It's good and pleasant. So he watered it. So how are he going to cause things to spring up? He got to water it. How did he cause those dry bones in the valley of dry bones to spring up? He had to water it. How you going to allow yourself to grow inside of your thoughts and your mind? You have to water it. He has to water it. And you have to receive the water. And he said, now, he said, he says, good for food. And the tree of life, was in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. What? The tree of life, what? How does the tree of life? He said, I saw a river flowing from the throne of the Lamb, and from either side of the river, the tree of life, whose leaves are for the healing of nations. It's for the healing of the nations, dwelling 12 manners of fruit. He said, out of this heart shall flow rivers of living water. Let's see. And the tree of life was in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden. It flowed out of Eden to water the garden. And it divided into 4 rivers. How many sons did Yaakov? How many? He had 4 women, Bilhah, Zilpah, Rachel, and Leah. 4 rivers. And amazingly, now the first river was Pison. He said, out of his belly shall flow rivers. And it says, and it is one that flowed around the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. Bdellium and onyx and stone are there. The name of the second river is Gihon. In it is that it is the one that is flowed around the whole land of Cush. And it says, the name of the third is Tigris, which is flown from the east of Assyria. And the fourth is Euphrates. He said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. Why? Because he's just like the garden. He's just like Adam, as it was in the beginning. He's just like Adam in the garden. Rivers of living water. That river that flowed from the garden brought life to the plants and the herbs and the trees in the garden. And it flowed into 4 rivers where there was gold and onyx stones and all types of precious metals. It produced water. He said, he that believes on me, every herb you see is going to be for food. He said, he that believes on me, out of your belly shall flow rivers of living water. Out of you, the words that you speak, the actions that you generate are going to be living water. It's going to be Kaimim. It's going to be life water. It's going to bear 12 minutes of fruit. And all your cranial nerves and all your 12 cell salt balances and all these things. So when you speak, you balance on the inside with all your cell salts. When you speak, you're going to heal other people of those same deficiencies of salt. Those same deficiencies of salt. Right? Continue on. Bereshit 2:15 of that same verse. Yahuwah Elohim took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to work it and keep it. And Yahuwah Elohim commanded the man, saying, you may surely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that's mixing, you shall not eat of it, nor for the day you eat of it, you shall surely die. Move. How you gonna surely die from that tree? Because that tree causes death. It causes miscarriages. That tree causes miscarriages. It causes death. It is, toxic. It causes coma. It causes death. What else it causes? He said, why should I eat from all these things? Why? Because some of the seeds and some of the salt is still inside of you. People saying why? Because you think about how long you've been living. How long you've been living? I mean, some of that salt has not been diluted by the water, living water. And it flows through 4 rivers. And those 4 rivers, look at the 4 corners, look at the 4 women of your code, you look at the actual 4 transition times throughout the 364-day cycle. You start looking at the 4 understanding of your makashaba, your thoughts. Because he said, you are the power of my thoughts. Your thoughts. All these take place in your thoughts. What do you think about yourself? Are you a son and daughter of Yahuwah who believes in Yahushua Mashiach, who worships Yahushua Mashiach, or you are a dead tree, or you believe you see already? He said, if you think you see, your guilt remains. You think you know, your guilt remains. He says, knowledge, he says, good and evil. He said, you shall not eat of it. For the day you eat of it, you shall move. Right? So we look at that verse 15 in Hebrew. I believe in it. So you got the end part, but you got right here, you have abad, and you have, shamar. Right? He said, work it and keep it in verse 15. Right? He says, Yahuwah Elohim at Adam. You have that right here, and you have the abad in the last verse, and you have shamar. He put him in Eden, or Aden, right? You got Aden right here, right? You had the Gan, right? Why? Because he had to put him there to shamar and keep it, to work it and keep it. Why? The word for the garden or Eden is pleasure. The first habitat of man. This is the first habitat of man, male and female. He said it'd be healing to your umbilical cord, your shore, your umbilical cord, and refreshment to your bone. How do you refreshment to your bone? The water has a flow from Eden. It has a flow from the garden. What was in the garden? Every plant, everything you see, he put them in there to keep it and work it. Male and female. Have authority to fish, sea, fowls, every creeping thing, and over all the earth. Which means that if one keeps diverting or moving from this, then how you saying doesn't believe these things, then guess what happens? You bring forth death. Because I saw a tree bearing 12 minutes of fruit. Everything's in balance. And guess what happened? It was for healing from other people, for the nations, for other women. It's healing for other men. It's healing for children. It's healing for the animals. It's healing for the soil. It supports all living and life that needs water. Even the animals. That's what you're supposed to be. And that's what you are. But you have to believe it. And you have to walk in it every single day. No matter what your flesh and your garments say. Or they try to get you to do. You have to do it. Regardless. Whether you want to do it or not. It's sometimes when you want to practice, when we want to go to practice, we don't want to go to practice. Because practice, I don't want to do a practice. I got to see all those things again. I got to see all those people again. I got to do all these things again. I got to see this person again. Well, I don't want to go to practice because you know why you go to practice? Then you I got to do this every single day. I got to practice again. Because if you don't, you ain't make no improvements. I don't want to practice today. I don't want to water no plants. I don't want to check the plant. I don't want to prune. I don't want to look at the guy. I don't want to do this. I don't want to see no 11 in the house. I don't want to sweep no floor. I don't want to sweep my house. I don't want to do these things. I don't want to take care of my body. I want to balance my cell salts. I don't want to balance my mind. I don't want to do that, right? And when you start doing these things, you're neglecting so great salvation. You're neglecting so great salvation that was given to you. You're neglecting. I don't want to sing a song. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You're neglecting so great salvation that was given to you. You neglect. It's called child neglect. Yeah, you have a child on the inside that wants to do these things, but you're neglecting your child, parent. You're neglecting your child. But he said in Eden. So the word for address it is abad, servant, to work, to serve, to labor, to work, to be tilled the land, to serve, to enslave, to work. You are enslaved in the garden. To serve as subjects, to serve. That's what you are. It only be healing for the nation. How you saying? To be healing, you got to serve. You have to serve. Man, woman, child. You have to serve like Ruth. You have to serve like Mashah. You have to serve like Abraham. You got to serve like Sarah. You got to serve like Kua, Eve. You got to serve. You got to serve like Deborah. You got to serve like Abigail. You got to serve like David, Daoud. You got to serve like Yahushua Mashiach. You got to serve like Yeshalakim. You got to serve. You got to serve like Huda. You got to serve like Tabitha. You got to serve like these people. Why? Because they're your examples. You got to serve like that wise woman who didn't even have a name in Yasharal, but yet she still did it. You got to serve like Deborah. You got to serve like Miriam. You got to sing like Miriam. You got to sing, right, like the woman who was singing to Yahushua when he was young. You got to serve. You got to give to the poor. You got to give the bread to the eater and open your hands wide. You got to do these things to the animals. You got to be water. You got to be a fruitful tree on the inside of your mind. You got to have the 12 minutes of fruit. You got to be healing. You got to be balanced. You got to be able to speak words of healing to every single person you come in contact with. You have to demonstrate it in your life. Why? Because these are the aspects of the tree of life. That is who you are. You're supposed to be a tree. We just talked about you like a tree. Planted by the rivers of living water. Kai. Meme. Like a river flowing. You just like a tree. Because it comes from the center of the earth. Pure water comes from the center of the earth. It comes from there. This is the word for dress it is shamar, to guard, to observe. You got to guard it. Give heed. You got to retain. You got to be a watchman, watchwoman. Be on guard. You got to take heed, to be aware, to guard and protect, to attend to. You got to do it. Psalms 1:1. Barak is the man or woman who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor understand the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers. So if a person want to be a sinner, get out the way. It's like a runaway train. Like you get hit, get ran over, right? You get ran over. He says, nor sit in the seat of scoffers, right? I'm not sitting in that seat. For his delight is in the Torah of Yahuwah. And on the Torah, he meditates, or Haggah, Yomim, day and night. He is like a tree planted by the streams of water that yields its fruit in its season. And its leaf does not wither. Because you know why it don't wither? Because he's like a tree planted by rivers of living water. He meditates. That's how you keep your water flowing. You got to Haggah this. You got to meditate on this, yom and night. And you should be like a tree planted by streams of water that yield fruits in the season. You're going to yield fruit every single month. You're going to yield fruit every single month. Like that tree with 12 minutes of fruit. It's going to be for the healing of the goyim, of the people. And he said, son of man, so these bones live? He said, these bones are the whole house of Yasharal. He said, so what? It won't wither. And all that he does, he prospers. People want to prosper. You want to get wealth. You want to be prosperous, not only in your mind, in your thoughts, but also in your natural life. Meditate on Haggah, on the Torah, yom and night, and do it. Practice it. The word for meditate is Haggah. Not like Sakor, like Yitzhak in the valley, but this is Haggah, to moan, to growl. He's made to growl. You mean like a lion, a Ari? right? Like growl, Haggah, right? Utter, muse, meditate, to plot, to meditate, to imagine. Imagine yourself in the garden. Like even you put yourself in the place where you're going. It said what? I saw 4 gates: 3 to the north, 3 to the south, 3 to the east, 3 to the west. Entering into New Jerusalem, it was streets of gold, crystal, clear as crystal. You gotta start imagining where you're going. You gotta meditate on these things in the middle of a green field. You could put yourself in a green field just by your meditation. You could put yourself on a mountain just by your meditation. You could put yourself by the seashore. You could put yourself in places in your mind in shalom. And guess what happens? And no matter what, whether you're doing tasks throughout the day, you can put yourself there just by meditating yom and night while you're doing your tasks. He said when Nachum Yah, they were on the wall, they were working with one hand. They had a sword in one hand and they were working with the other. They were doing multitasking at one time. They were able to do all of it at once, not just one-sided. You had to be multitasking. Why? Because this is how one develops. So you become an Elohim like you are. Is it not written in your Torah that you are Elohim? It says to ponder, to meditate. That's what Elohims do. Elohims meditate on the bar, or he said the Torah, yom and night. The word for day is, in Tahalim, is yamim, or yaman. Yaman. And I've noticed with this yaman. It says meditate on the word yaman, not yum, but it's yaman. Right? Notice it got a wa and a meme in the middle of it. Not yum. If you get yum, it'll have a yod and a meme. This has yaman. It has a secured nail, and it has water. It has secured nail. It's secured in water. This by daytime. It's secured nail and meme in water. Right? Isn't that something, right? With the tent peg. You mean salt. Malach. Tent peg, secured nail. Meditate on it yom and night. Because it is your security. It is your tent peg, it is your nail. It keeps you, how you say, grounded. Daytime. Why? He said, should say, he that believes on me, as the scripture said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. Those 4 rivers that came from the garden of Eden. You'd be just like that. He said, what are you going to be talking about? The garden? The gun? All you're going to be talking about is the garden. Oh, the garden. I'm going back to the garden. You mean the garden? The gun? The place where I was cast out from? He said, you'd be like a tree. You meditate, Haggah, yom and night. He says, yom and night, Layla, Lalil, right? It means night, opposed to day, of gloom, night. Even in adversity, you're supposed to meditate on the word, the bar. A twist, right? And it says a way, right? A way of light, right? So where do we see this at? In the beginning, Bereshit. In the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth was without form and void, and darkness over the face of the deep. That's why you meditate on the bar, yom and night, I say Haggah, in the face of the deep. And the ruach of Elohim was hovering over the face of the waters, and Elohim said, let there be or. And there was or. And Elohim saw the or, that it was good, and Elohim separated the or from the darkness. And Elohim called the or yom, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening and there was morning, a kad yom. It was a kad yom, right? So when you start looking at verse 4, and Elohim saw the light, it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And verse 5 says, Elohim called the light or, and the darkness he called night. Right? Verse 5, right? You go to verse 5, right? You got what? La Kurah, Elohim, Laor, Yom, La Kashak, what? And it says Kurah, what can I? It says Kurah, Layla, Hayum, what? Uhaya, Areb, Uhaya, Bakar, Yum, Akkad. Right? You see him saying he's separating a light from darkness. And you see him saying he called the light Yum. Right? He called the light Yum. Right? Wakura, Elohim, Laor, Yum. day. Meditate on the dabar, day. On the light in the daytime, why? And he says, Kashak, he called the darkness, he called Layla, and night. Meditate on the word yum and night, Haggah, and you be like a tree planted by the rivers of living water. What was the living water? The living water was the actual light that shined in the beginning. When the water came down to the earth and watered the earth, because it was dead. How you mean? It was in darkness. Right? And he's saying, meditate on this, and you'll be like a tree planted by the rivers of living water. Because where did this water come from that illuminated the Aydah? It came from the throne of the Lamb in Yahuwah. And it brought forth life to the earth. Because remember, on the first 6 days, all you see is life being brought forth. And on the 7th, he rested. Just like today. It'll give life, kai, to your bones, and healing to your umbilical cord, your connection. Is it not written in your Torah? I said you are Elohim. This is Ezekiel 47, 5 through 12. Again, he measured 1,000, and it was a river that I could not pass through, for the water had risen, and it was deep enough to swim in, and a river that could not be passed through. And he said to me, Son of Adam, have you seen this? Then he led me back to the bank of the river, and I went back, and I saw on the bank of the river very many trees. They like trees planted by the rivers of living water to me. Everybody, right? And it says, and on the one side and on the other side. So there were trees on both sides. And he said to me, the waters flows toward the eastern region and goes down to Arabah and enters the sea. When the waters flow into the sea, the water will become fresh. Why? Because the water that's watering down from this river is to dilute the salt in the water. Because it's salt. How you saying? We're talking about the water. Wisdom flows like water. And guess what it does? It dilutes the salt water so it won't be toxic for human consumption. That's why. So it won't be toxic to human consumption. Because you have too much salt, you bring forth death, miscarriages, and coma. It says, become fresh. And it says, and wherever the river goes, every living thing that swarms will live. It's going to live. It's going to bring forth life. It's like the Garden of Eden, like the Garden. And the sea, it says shall live. And there will be very many fish. Why? Because now the salt is being diluted, and now life can now enter inside of the Dead Sea. Like they say, inside of the sea that has too much salt. That things cannot live. For the water goes there, that waters of the sea may become fresh. So everything will live where the river goes. Wherever the river goes, that's how your life should be. Wherever you go, it says what? You shall live. And there will be many fish. For this water goes there, that the waters of the sea may become fresh, so that everything will live where the river goes. And the fishermen will stand beside the sea. From the Engedi to Engelim, it will be a place for the spreading of the nets. Its fish will be very many kinds, like the fish of the great sea. And he said, Malach, when he sent his Malach, he said it's going to be just like the net that go into the sea. What he said? He's going to pull out every kind, and he's going to separate them. He said he's going to send his angel Malach out in the last days. He's going to separate the wicked from the just. And guess what it says? Like the great sea, but its swamps and its marshes will not become fresh. They are to be left for salt. They're going to be left for salt. And on the banks, on both sides of the river, there will grow all kinds of trees for food. How many rivers went out? 4. And those rivers brought forth life. And on the banks of those rivers that came out from the garden, there was life. And it was good for food. It says, guess what it says? The kinds of fruit. And it says, their leaves will not wither. Why? Nor their fruit fail. They ain't going to cease. Because they're like trees planted by the rivers of living water. And guess what? But they will bear fresh fruit every month. They will bear fresh fruit every single month. It will not cease because the water flows out from the garden and they plant it right by it. Because the water for them flows from the sanctuary. From the sanctuary. Their fruit will be for food and their leaves for healing. It's going to be for healing. Healing. That's what you should be. But it says the word from the sanctuary, right? The word from the sanctuary is Chdash. It means sacred place. It's going to flow from the sacred place, from the sanctuary, from the Chdash place, of the temple, the asylum, the consecrated thing. It's going to flow from the consecrated place. It's going to flow from the consecrated place. Are you consecrated? Are you Chdash? Are you sacred? He said the sacred place, that sacred place that one has, it's going to flow from there. He said your leaves are not going to wither and you're going to bear fruit every month. And you're going to be for healing. He said, trust in Yahuwah. Forget not all his benefits. Who heals all your diseases. He said there'd be healing to your umbilical cord. Because you come out from the one who made all things. And if you come out from him, you should be producing fruit every month. And your leaves should not wither. And you should be for healing, just like he's healing for you. Yahuwah is for healing for you. And he sent his son for healing for you. And therefore you get inside of you. And now you heal your umbilical cord, your connection with him, like Yahushua Mashiach's umbilical cord was connected to him. And then now you become healing for somebody else. And you bearing 12 minutes of fruit. And all your brain functions and your brain optic nerves and all your cranial nerves and your salt and everything is balanced within. And you're not overly salted. And guess what? You're now diluted by the water, the living water. And now you've now become fresh water. And now people can drink from you. And guess what happens? You now become a healing tree for other people in the world. 1 Corinthians 6:19. Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Ruach HaKadosh? The Kudash Ruach? Are you sacred? Aren't you a sanctuary? Within you, whom you have from Yahuwah, you are not your own, for you were bought with a price. So kabod Yahuwah in your body, your sanctuary, your sacred place, your asylum, your temple. Because he said the water supposed to flow from the sanctuary, from you. From you. So what is one pouring out? That's the whole point. Matthew 15:10. And he called the people to him and said, Hear and understand. Shema and understand. Your flesh and your garments ain't going to understand this. It is what not goes into the mouth that defiles a person, but what comes out from the mouth that defiles a person. Then the disciples came and said to him, Do you not know that the Pharisees were offended when they heard this saying? He answered, Every plant that my Shamayim Father has planted will be rooted up. So Yahuwah planted all these plants that you see in the earth. Humans. He planted them all. Let them alone. They are blind gods because they think they see. We already know. We don't need nobody to tell us. We already know. They blind gods. And if the blind lead the blind, they both fall into a pit. You know what they fall into a pit of? They fall into the valley of dry bones. They fall into a garrison, into a trap. But Kaf said, explain this parable to us. And he said, are you still without understanding? You still understand it? Do you understand it still? You still don't understand it? Do you not see whatever goes into the mouth passes into the stomach and is expelled? But what comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart. He said, out of your heart shall flow rivers of living water. But if you flowing out other things from your heart, then it's poison. It is, it causes brain dysfunction. It causes coma, and it causes death. It causes the body to be imbalanced with salt. It says, and this defiles the person, for out of the heart comes evil thoughts. He said, write it on the table of your heart. Let not faithfulness and love depart from you. Write it on the table of your mind. Murder, adultery, sexual morality, theft, false witness, slander. These are what defile a person. All these things are wormwood. They poison and cause death. This is why your conversation has to be seasoned with salt, with a tent peg, with nails secured. Malach. You have to understand. Like Thomas said, I'm not unless I put my hand inside in his hands, I ain't gonna believe. Yahushua showed up and he said, handle me and see the nail print in my hands. Your salt, it has to be seasoned with salt. It says, but to eat with unwashed hands does not foul anyone. Hebrews 12:5. See to it that no one fails to obtain the kind of Yahuwah, and that no root of bitterness spring up and cause trouble, and by many people are defiled. Because it starts spewing out of their mouth. They're no longer a tree planted by rivers of living water. They are wormwood. They're trees planted by wormwood, by rivers of wormwood. And now they spring it out, and now they spring it on other people. And now you become defiled. Your code 3:5, James. So also the tongue is a small member, yet it boasts of great things. How great a forest is set ablaze by such a small fire. And the tongue is a fire and a world of unrighteousness. The tongue is set among our members, staining the whole body. Wormwood, poison. It stains the whole body. Setting on fire the entire course of life. Your whole life gonna be on fire. Everything gonna be, you be losing everything you got. It says set on fire by hell. For every kind of beast and bird, of reptile and sea creature can be tamed and has been tamed by mankind, but no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil. It's raw. Let your tongue speak evil and your lips utter deceit. Don't do it. Full of deadly poison. Yahushua, guess who drunk that poison? Yahushua, Mashiach. He said, I drunk their poison. He said, show that which is saltless, that which is tasteless, be eaten without salt. You got to have salt within that poison water to heal that water. Because if you don't have Yahushua Mashiach in that water, guess what's going to happen? You're going to cause death and miscarriage in somebody else. Just like you see today. Look at all these waters that's bitter. Look at all this water that's poison, and people be drinking it. I told you we like poison trees. I told somebody, I said, man, you know we like poison trees, right? We'll drink them poison trees. Them poison trees will kill us. Even though we say it's poison, you put poison on the bottle. He's like, man, you know this poison, and people will still drink it. We'll still drink it. We love poison trees. We like drinking poison. We like going outside and drinking that poison. That's what we like doing. We love drinking that poison. And guess what? That poison causes death, not only in you, but in other people. It says, with it, we Barak our Adon and Father, and with it, we curse people who are made in the likeness and image of Yahuwah. Those who got living water flowing in 4 rivers, who are the healing of the nations. From the same mouth come a Barak and cursing. My brothers and sisters, these are not to be so. Does a spring pour forth from the same opening fresh and salt water? Because remember we talked about the rivers of living water, and those trees by the rivers of living water, wherever that river flowed, it would turn that salt water into fresh water. And it would be a bunch of fish and all things living. You got to be a river of fresh water to dilute the salt water, because everybody's so salty. It's salty, man. It's so salty you can't even, it's good for nothing. You can't drink that. It's salty. It's dry. Can a fig tree, my brothers, bear olives and a grapevine produce figs? It's totally opposite. Neither can salt pond yield for fresh water. You take salt water, you put it in fresh water, it's going to make the fresh water salty. But you take fresh water and put it in the salt water, it's going to make the salt water dilute. So you want to be string water, right? This is Tahalim 62:5. For Yahuwah alone, O my soul, wait in silence. I wait in silence, and my hope is from Him. He is only my rock and my salvation, my fortress. I shall not be shaken. O Yahuwah, on Yahuwah rests my salvation and my kabod, my mighty rock. My refuge is in Yahuwah. Trust in Him at all times. It's going to be healing to your shore and your umbilical cord. It's going to be refreshment to your bones. It's going to be refreshing to your inward man, your outward man. It's going to refresh you. It says, pour out, and guess what it says? Trust in Yahuwah at all times, O my people, and pour out your heart before Him. Pour out your heart before Him. Empty your cup. Pour it all out. Everything that you have done. Yahuwah is a refuge for us. He said, offer to Yahuwah thanksgiving. Do I eat the blood of bulls and goats and drink blood? No. I own a cattle on 1,000. I know them all by name. Offer to Yahuwah thanksgiving. Pour out your heart before him. He said, I don't want that stuff. Colossians 4:5, walk in wisdom toward outsiders, making the best use of time. Let your speech be gracious. Seasoned with salt. Season that thing with salt. That could be healing to the water that you're talking. You got to season with salt. You got to season with Yahushua Mashiach and the knowledge of Yahushua Mashiach and his blood and the things that he did and shed and how he sent healing, not only for us, but also for the healing of everybody. Let that thing be seasoned with salt, with the Malach, with the tent peg secured. Speak that thing in that words that you're speaking. Why? Because if you don't, it's only going to be poison to somebody else, what you're talking. So that you may know that how you ought to answer each person. Why? Because if you don't season with salt, you ain't gonna. He said, wisdom pours out like water. But if you ain't got no wisdom and you ain't seasoning with no salt, you ain't gonna know how to answer each person, because everybody you can't answer with the same thing. Everybody's different. You can't answer it the same way. You can't speak to everybody the same way. So word for gracious is charis, right? When you're talking about, because we talked about this last time, house of land, but it means grace, your manner of act, consecrate, spiritual, divine influence upon the heart. Write it on the tables of your heart. In all your ways, acknowledge him. It should be just like the Kudash milk that you live by. It should be in your heart. Divine influence, the neshama, the divine intellect. It's reflection of life, including gratitude, acceptable benefits, joy, liberality, pleasure. Isn't that like the garden? We talked about the definition of Gan. Eden is pleasure, thanks, worthy. It has to be just like the garden, the water. So when you water somebody, you speak to somebody, it should be what? Seasoned with salt. Seasoned with salt. Or you see, Malach. Seasoned with salt. Dead Sea Scrolls, column 5, 4Q257. These are the words of the past in the world to enlighten the heart of man, to straighten out in front of him all the paths of true justice, this judgment, establishing his heart respect for the precepts of Elohim and the ruach of meekness, of patience, of generous compassion, because we talked about the meek shall inherit the Eretz. You're going to inherit the Gan. You're going to inherit the Kuga, the surface of the deep. You're going to inherit the whole earth. Why would he have somebody there who are not meek and patient? Because they're trying to get rid of patience. You got to have generous compassion, eternal goodness, intelligence. You got to have intellect. Understanding, potent wisdom, which trusts in all the deeds of Elohim and depends on his abundant mercy. A ruach of knowledge in all plans of action. You got an enthusiasm of decrees of justice and set apart plans with firm purpose of generous compassion with all the sons of truth. Of magnificent purity, for the pure in heart shall see Yahuwah, which detests all unclean idols. You worship, he said, trust in Yahuwah. Lean not to your own understanding. You can't worship an idol. What happens? Then you forsook Yahuwah. And you left love and faithfulness, you let it depart from you. And now he's not in all your thoughts. And now you become wormwood. It says, of careful behavior and wisdom concerning everything. Everything. Of concealment concerning the truth, of the mysteries of the knowledge. These are the foundations of the spirits of the sons of truth in the world. And the reward of those who walk in it, Qahalath, will be healing. You'll be not only healing for yourself, but healing for the nations. Why? Because you're going to be healing to your umbilical cord, Rafah, because you trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. And you lean not to your own understanding. It'll be healing to your shore. It'll be refreshment to your bones. It'll be healing to your body, your outward man and your inward man. It'll be healing for you. Not only for healing for you, but your leaves and your trees shall be for the healing of the nations. Because your trees and your fruit are not withering, because you're like a tree planted by rivers of living water, just like it was in the garden. 4 rivers coming out, just like the sons of Yaakov. Yaakov had four women bring forth 12 sons. And those 12 sons were for the healing of the nations. Just like the 12 Shalakim were for the healing of Yasharal. And by the healing Yasharal, it was for the healing of the Goim, of the nations, that they may believe on him and kabod Yahuwah by seeing your good works every single day. It'll be healing, Rafah. Plentiful peace and shalom. Peace. He said, pursue peace. He said, refuse to do evil and do good, and pursue peace. Shalom. And long life, you're going to get, for length of days and long life will be added to you. Fruitful offspring. When whoever you have, children you have, are going to be fruitful. Whatever seed you sow are going to be fruitful. With an everlasting barak and blessings. Barak. Because we talked about Yahusha grabbing the children, and he touched them and barak them. Eternal enjoyment with endless life. Eternal life. He said, if you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have eternal life within you. And I'll raise you up at the last day of your life, at the last day, when there's time no more. It's in the crown of Kabod and majestic raiment and eternal life. However, the ruach of the deceit belongs greed. That's what you see in the world today. Sluggishness of service to justice, wickedness, falsehood, pride, haughtiness of heart, dishonesty, trickery, cruelty, much insecurity, impatience. We got to be patient, bearing fruit with patience. Much foolishness, impudent enthusiasm for appalling acts performed in a lustful passion, filthy path in the security of impurity, blasphemous tongue, blindness of eyes, hardness of hearing, stiffness of neck. All these are in the mind. Stiffness of neck, cranial nerve, hardness of heart, cranial nerve. In order to walk in the path of darkness and evil cunning. Don't want to meditate on the word human night. Don't want to meditate on Haggah and the word demon night, because the spirits and the demons and the shadim are around every single hour, every single minute, every day. The phantoms, the female spirits, when you're alone, and the male spirits when a woman you're alone, and they come in the middle of the night and they try to oppress you, sexually abuse you, and do all these other things to you. He said you got to meditate on the Haggah and the word human night. This is not some take a day off. They're there. I know people don't believe it, but they're there. They're there. You ever been in the middle of the night, somebody hold you down by your neck, you can't get up? Yeah, they're there. You want to see around when somebody molests you in the middle of the night, they're there. Try to get you to do obscene things, they're there. They're always there. Poking at you, trying to get you to do things, trying to get you to do things outside of being pure, being righteous, right? They're always trying to do that. They can come in human form or man form. They can come in pastor form. They can come in ra'ah form. They can come in human form. They can come in people form. They can come in man, woman, child form. They can come in all types of forms. They can come in spiritual form, messenger form, television form. They can come in phone form, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter form. They can come in all types of forms. They can come in bots and airbots. They can come in AI form. They can come in all type clone form. They can come in made of human form. He said, meditate. And guess what it says? Evil cunning. And the visitation of those who walk in it will be an abundance of affliction of the hand of the Malach destruction for eternal damnation. By scorching wrath of the Elohim of the avengers for their permanent terror and shame. This is why all these things are happening in your life. You be like, man, what's going on? Without end, and with humiliation of the destruction of the fire of the dark regions. He's like, man, what's going on in my life? This is what's going on. And all the ages of the generations. They shall spend in bitter weeping and harsh evils in abyss and darkness with destruction, without there ever being a remnant, a survival for them. That's why when Yahushua cried out in the ninth hour, was darkness over the face of the deep, or darkness from the 6th to the 9th hour, he was in these actual predicaments. In his humiliation and destruction in the regions, he was all into that. In the dark region, the destruction, harsh evils. That's why they gave him poison for his food. He was being tormented by the people and the demons that already dwelled inside of them. And he died for all of these behaviors that men walked in. Why do you think he was going through all of that? Humiliated, done before his shit. He ain't opened out his mouth, scorching wrath. My Father, why have you forsaken me? He had to be forsook because we forsook him. And all the things that happened to him. He wasn't no survivor, because at the 9th hour, when he felt out everything was finished, he cried and gave it the ruach. There was no survivor. Fulfilling the Dead Sea Scrolls, column 5, 4Q, 257. For those who had the ruach of deceit and greed. Judas, Yehuda. And sluggishness in the service of justice, Barabbas. So this is the testament of Zabulun 8 and 8. You also, my children, have compassion toward every person with mercy, in order that Yahuwah may be compassionate and merciful to you. In the last days, Yahuwah will send his compassion on the earth. That's why it's here today. And whenever he finds compassion and mercy in that person, he will dwell. Yahuwah ain't dwelling in everybody. You ain't got no compassion and mercy, Yahuwah ain't dwelling in you. To the extent that a man has compassion on his neighbor, to that extent, Yahuwah has mercy on him. All these people be praying, hoping people die, hoping things happen to them, hoping people never receiving repentance. Why should he give you repentance? Why should he give you life? Why should he give you another chance? Why should he give you an understanding? Why should he give you life? Hoping that things just go wrong for somebody else. Why should he allow it to happen to you? Why should he allow your life to go purposely, right? We're talking about compassion, mercy. It says, whomever you see, do not harbor resentment, my children. Love on one another and do not calculate the wrong done by each other, brothers and sisters, because everybody do it. You like, nah, I ain't never did nothing wrong. Okay, add it up. You can count, right? Calculate. Get a calculator and add up all your sins. You can't even calculate. Your calculator can't even calculate it all. It's infinite. The calculator can't even calculate how many sins one had in their life. You can't even calculate it. It's uncalculatable. You can't. Love on one another. That's what love. He said love. Aha. That's what it's going to do. Love on one another. And do not calculate the wrong done to each other. This shatters unity. It stops people from being a card. It stops everything from being a card. A family from being a card. It stops people from being a card. It stops everybody from being a card. It does. It does. I know people don't believe it. It does. Because that's all people are going to be talking about. Their mind going to be consumed in wormwood and poison. And guess what? It's going to flow, and not only out of yourself, but on other people. It's going to scatter everybody. And scatters all kinship. It scatters everybody. Nobody want to be a part of nobody. I don't want to be attached to you. You ain't my family. But stirs up the stove. That's all it does. And he who recalls evil receives neither compassion nor mercy. That's why Yahushua didn't receive no compassion nor mercy. Because the very people he was telling people to do right to and be kind and gentle to, they wasn't doing it. They were supposed to be compassionate to all those animals and humans and everything. They weren't doing it. And he received no compassion or mercy for saying that. Colossians 3 and 5. 3 and 1. It says, then if you be raised in Mashiach, seek those things which are above, where Mashiach is seated at the right hand of Elohim. Set your minds, your thoughts on things above and not on things on the earth. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths, and he'll be healing to your umbilical cord. Set your mind on things above. It'll be healing to your shore. That's where your umbilical cord is attached to. Above the Shabat Shamayim. That's where he's sitting at the right hand of Yahuwah. Your umbilical cord goes that high. Your connection goes that high, past Pluto, past the cosmos, past the highest Shamayim. If you believe these things, you singleness of heart. You retain your countenance. One day will be in him like 1,000 years on earth. You get 1,000 years uploaded into your thought process. And it says, set your minds on things above, not on things on the earth. For you have died, and your life is hidden in Mashiach, in Elohim. When Mashiach, who is your life, your Kai, your life, 12 manners of fruit, one tree bearing 12 manners of fruit, he is your life. And it bring forth life, and the tree doesn't wither, and it's for healings, for the healing of the nations. He is your life. He shall appear. Right? Then you also will appear with him in Kabod, in his glory, in his Kabod. Put to death, therefore, this earthly in you. You got to do it. This ain't got nothing to do with me. Sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry, on which the wrath of Elohim is coming. You got to detest these things. These are unclean idols in your mind. It means you're not in all your thoughts. And it says, in these you too once walked, when you were living in them, because you walked in it, you practiced these things. So now you got to unpractice them and do new practices. These old ways, these old way of living, you got to do new practices. And new practices produces new life. And that new life produces new behaviors. And those new behaviors produce new fruit. And those new fruit produce life in other people. In your household, in your family, in your children, in your husband, your wife, your family, your community, your extended family, every person you come in contact with. He says, but now you must put them all away. Anger, wrath, malice, slander, and obscene talk from your mouth. Because that's all wormwood. That's all poison. That's all things that come out from the mouth. That's all conversation that's not seasoned with salt. It all comes from your thoughts. It's not seasoned with Mashiach. It's not seasoned with salt. It's poison. It's wormwood. It's too salty. It causes death and coma and miscarriages. It's toxic. It's toxic words. Do not lie one to another. Toxic. Seeing that you have put off the old self and its practices and put on the new self, which is being renewed in the knowledge of the image of its creator, like the Garden of Eden, like the gun. Because the image of the creator is kindness, ahab, joy, peace, patience, meekness, temperance, amuna, forgiveness, compassion, abundant mercy, forgiving sin, transgressions, and iniquities, but not clearing the guilty. But even after one is found guilty, he still gives you time to repent. He shows mercy and compassion. So even with his condemnation, he still shows mercy and compassion if one believes these things. If you believe that Yahuwah is mild and compassionate, or you believe he's some destructive Elohim like all the other ones. Here, there is no Greek, Yehudi, circumcised, uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, free, slave. Mashiach is all in all because he's over everybody. Put on then as Yahuwah's chosen ones, Kudash and beloved and compassionate hearts in all your ways. He said, write it on the tables of your heart. This is Yahuwah's mindset. Even as a Shamayim is to the earth, so are my ways from your ways. These are Yahuwah's ways. Kindness, this is Yahuwah's way. Humility, meekness, patience, bearing with one another, and if anyone has a complaint against another, forgiving each other, as Yahuwah has forgiven you. How many complaints that Yahuwah has against us? You know how many complaints he had against you your whole life? He had so many complaints, he'd be like, he forgive you? Man, Yahuwah has so many complaints against us. And we can't forgive each other? And Yahuwah has all these complaints against you your whole life? And you can't forgive nobody? Get out of here, man. That's how he going to be on the day of judgment. Get out of here. Why? Because it's like, I forgive you all these complaints I had against you, and I forgave you, but yet you can't forgive somebody else. You in my image? So you must forgive. He said you must. You have no choice. And above all these, put on love, which binds everything together in perfectness, or a harmonic frequency like a guitar on an instrument. Because, when it talks about Yahushua went to go visit the man with the guitar, he talked about a string of the instrument. He's saying if it's too tight or too loose, it causes sickness in the body. But if it's right down balanced in the middle, what happens? It heals the body of sicknesses. Aha. Because that's what it does. It's a perfect harmonic frequency. Why do you think the salt's got to be balanced within oneself? It produces a perfect frequency. It produces a perfect sound. And above all these, put on love, which bonds everything in perfectness. And let the shalom, peace of Mashiach, rule in your mind, your hearts, in which indeed you were called into one body, a Kad. That's why you start calculating all this stuff. You're never gonna be one. And be thankful, and let the word of Mashiach dwell in you richly. You got to dwell inside of you. It has to dwell in you richly. It has to be katab on the tables of your heart, on your shulchan, on your table, on your shulchan, your bread where you offer. It got to be on there, on the table of your heart. It has to. It was indeed you were called into one body. Be thankful, and let the Mashiach dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom, singing hymns, psalms, and spiritual songs with thankfulness. Offer to Yahuwah thanksgiving. Thankfulness in your hearts to Yahuwah. And whenever you do, in word or deed, do everything in the name of the Don Yahushua Mashiach, and giving thanks to Yahuwah, the Ab through him. Right? The Ab through him. This is Sirach 37, 1-7. Every friend saith, I am a friend also. Every friend saith, I am his friend also. But there is a friend which is only a friend in name. Is it not a grief unto death when a companion and a friend is turned into an enemy? It is grief unto death. Why do you think Yahushua was grieved? He was how you say, a man of sorrows acquainted with grief. Because his companion was his enemy. He said, my aid, where's my help? He said, man, my companion is my enemy. He said, it's a grief unto death. When my companion and friend is turned into an enemy, oh, wicked imaginations. Whence camest thou in the cover into cover the earth with deceit? You gotta look at it. He said, what these wicked imaginations? There is a companion which rejoices in prosperity of a friend, but in the time of trouble will be against him. There is a companion which helpeth his friend for the belly, for he want to eat, and taketh up the buckler against the enemy. Forget not thy friend in thy mind, and be not unmindful of him in thy riches. Every counselor extolleth a counsel, but there is some who counseleth for himself. Beware of a counselor, and know before what he need he hath, for he will counsel for himself. Lest he cast a lot upon thee, and say unto thee, thy way is good, and afterwards stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee. That's what he do. They want to see what's going to happen to you. So they want to see what happens so they can mock you when you get there. Consult not with one that suspecteth thee, and hide thy counsel from such as envy thee. Neither consult with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous. Right? Neither with a coward in matters of war, nor with a merchant concerning exchange. You don't want to do that. They only going to counsel you to get that money. He says what? Nor with a buyer of selling. You already know they're going to counsel you for it. Because they need something, you to buy something. Nor with an envious man of thankfulness. What do you think he envy of you? He says, nor with an unmerciful man touching kindness. You unmerciful, but yet you kind. Nor with the slothful for any work. He lazy. Nor with an hireling of a year of finishing work. Man, it's my last year. I'm about to retire after this year. He said, man, don't do that. Nor with an idle servant of much business. He like, this person idle, but he got a lot to do. Man, don't. Hearken not to any of these in any matter of counsel. Because what's going to pour out from their heart? Wormwood. That's why. It's going to be overly salted. It's going to bring forth death and a coma and a miscarriage. It's going to bring forth these things. He was saying, why should I taste the word when I listen to things, when I hear people speak, or you go to people listen to certain things, or instructors or teacher or shows, or they give you suggestions and all these things. These are all things that they're trying to induce. It's going to cause miscarriages. That's all it is. News articles, all these things cause miscarriages. False news articles, false teachings, false things, right? All these things cause miscarriages. They fill in your mind with things that don't, he's saying, overloading your mind with thoughts. He said, man, don't even hearken these people any matter of counsel, but they be trying to give commands on the television. Commands are here, commands there. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm trusting Yahuwah with all my heart. I'm not going to lean to my own understanding. I'm going to acknowledge him in all my ways, and he's going to make straight my paths. He's going to give me everything I need. But he said, but be continually with a righteous man or woman, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of Yahuwah, whose mind is according to thy mind. They have the same mind. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. Out of the belly shall rivers of living water, and its leaves are not going to wither, and it's going to be for the healing of the nations. He said, according to thy mind, to the Goim, to every person you come in contact with. Why? And will sorrow with thee. They're going to sorrow with you if thou miscarry. If you lose your child. If you lose your trust. If you lose your confidence. If you lose your amunah. If you lose and you become bitter. If you become resentment, this person is going to sorrow and cry with you. Yahushua said, that's why he said he was a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. People don't understand why. And people hide their face from you when you're doing that. He said, I liken these people to children in the marketplace. He said, I piped unto you. I played a nice little song, but you ain't danced. I even cried, and you didn't even lament. You didn't even cry. He said, but wisdom is justified in their children. This Ode Shaloma, Ode 11:1. It said, my heart was pruned, and its flower appeared. Then grace sprang up in it, and it produced fruits to Yahuwah. For the Most High Yahuwah circumcised me by his Hudush Ruach. Then he uncovered my inward being toward him and filled me with his love. Let not faithfulness and love depart from you. And the circumcision became my salvation. And I ran, he said, I ran in the way of his shalom, in the way of truth. He said, I ran in peace, in the way of his shalom. From the beginning unto the end, I received his knowledge. From the beginning unto the end, I received his knowledge. Right? Let what you've heard from the beginning abide in you. And if what you heard from the beginning is inside of you, you are in the Father and in the Son. Verse 5, I was established upon the rock of truth, where he has set me. He said, I liken to a wise man who built his house on a rock. So when the floods and the waters came, he said his house stood because it was built on a rock. But those who were built in the sand, when the floods came, it washed them all away. It washed them all away. He said, he set me on a rock. And guess what? And speaking waters touched my lips from the springs of Yahuwah generously. That's where you get your drink from. It touched my lips. So I drank. It touched his lips. You know how Yahushua, you know that water they gave him? Yahushua still touched it. It was poison. He said, so I drank and I became intoxicated. But this living water that came from the throne of the Lamb, that brings forth fruit, that brings forth water and fresh water, he said, so I became intoxicated after I was circumcised. Because you know, Yahuwah's word equals 8 on the 8th day. After a child is born, a child needs to be circumcised. So I drank and became intoxicated from the living water that does not die. It don't bring forth death. It don't die. It don't bring forth death. It's not going to bring forth death and miscarriage and coma and imbalances in the body. It's not going to bring death to my cranial nerves. It's going to heal my cranial. It's going to heal my mind. It's from the living water that does not die. And my intoxication was not with ignorance, but I abandoned vanity. I abandoned my flesh, my carnal nature. I abandoned it. This is Essene of Yahusha, sevenfold of peace. As a sheaf of the golden wheat lies hidden within the tiny kernel, so is the Malkuth of Shamayim hidden within our thoughts. If they be filled with the power of love and wisdom of the Malachim of Shamayim, Father, so shall they carry us to the Shamayim sea, where the fresh water at. You know, a sea of fresh water. But if they be stained with corruption, hatred, and ignorance, or you mean poison, they shall chain our feet to the pillars of pain and suffering. You're going to be in a coma. You're going to be like a salty land, an uninhabited salt land, a shrub in the desert. You're going to be in a prison. No man can serve two masters. Neither can an evil thought abide in the mind filled with the light of the Torah. Why? Because he meditates Haggah, Yaman, and Layla, Lalil. You'll be like a tree planted by rivers of living water. Because you continually Haggah, working with one hand and fighting with the other hand, multitasking all day long. He who have found shalom with the mind have learned to soar beyond the realm of the Malachim. You've learned. Know this shalom with thy heart. Fulfill this peace, shalom, with thy body. So when the 364-day cycle comes around and it ends, you'll be able to say it is finished. You'll be able to say it is finished. So as we move forward, and moving forward in a salt covenant, or Malach Barith, we're looking at the salt covenant, and we're looking at our thoughts and our mind being balanced in our cranial nerves, in our cell salts, in our thought process, to not be overly salted, to not be an intoxication not only to ourselves but to other people, but to be healing to other people by the words that we speak, the life that we live, and the things that we demonstrate. Knowing that these salt must be inside of us, and knowing that wars and things may come about in these salt plains and these salt flats and these valleys, but knowing that prevailing is trusting in Yahuwah with all your heart and leaning not to your own understanding. And in all your ways you acknowledge him, and he will make straight your path. It will be healing to your shore, refreshment to your bones, your inward man, your outward man, your mind, your thoughts, your balance within. That you no longer be children tossed to and fro by every ruach or wind of doctrine, but you'll be balanced within, and you'll trust in him continually. For the meek shall inherit the earth. The meek shall inherit the earth.